Chapter 560. The next day, when Erica and Liliana came to Noah's room, Noah was already sitting in front of the desk where the Holy Grail was placed. He had been staring at the Holy Grail for the entire night. Erica was stunned when she saw the Holy Grail. She did not seem to know what the huge golden container was. Liliana, on the other hand, trembled. Her pupils suddenly flashed with a dim light. The wisdom of the goddess, the end of the immortal life, the plunderer of the earth's essence, the immortal god relic. Liliana's spirit vision was triggered because she saw the Holy Grail. However, that was not strange. The European, which was originally a witch who worshipped the goddess of the earth in ancient times, studied inspiration and listened to the goddess prophecies. The Holy Grail was a god relic that Guinevere, who was once the goddess of the earth, sacrificed her own immortal life to create. In this way, as a god relic closely related to the goddess of the earth, the Holy Grail's cursed power and spiritual energy would stimulate the witch's power. It was not strange that it could increase the witch's chances of receiving the wisdom and revelation of the gods. Therefore, Liliana used the triggered spirit vision to see the origin of the Holy Grail. She was shocked when she exited the state of spirit vision. Why is the Holy Grail here? You mean that's the Holy Grail? Erica was shocked when she heard Liliana's words. The Holy Grail that even the Black Prince is after? Noah, who had not slept the entire night, was also stunned by Erica's words. Do you mean that Yarek is after the Holy Grail too? You don't know. Liliana's expression had a hint of suspicion. The Black Prince Yarek's father was a scholar of the occult. He once died in pursuit of the Holy Grail. In order to inherit his father's will, the Black Prince Yarek became an adventurer. During his adventuring journey, the ancient monks tried to create a god slayer, but failed in the ritual and encountered Ramir of disobedience. Finally, with extraordinary luck and keen intuition, he won the battle and became a god slayer. This is very famous in the entire magic world. Erica looked at the Holy Grail on the desk in surprise. Almost everyone in the magic world knows that the Black Prince Yarek is pursuing the Holy Grail. It was also because of the Holy Grail that he formed an inexplicable relationship with Lord Guinevere. It also caused the biggest dispute in the European magic world, the Holy Grail snatching incident, which made the whole of Europe a mess. Erica and Liliana stared at the Holy Grail that countless people were pursuing, and that even the Black Prince Yarek did not hesitate to cause chaos in Europe, but at this moment, it was casually placed on the desk like a vase. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Why did the Holy Grail that even Yarek and the entire European magic world could not snatch suddenly appear here? This was the biggest question in Erica's and Liliana's minds. Even that guy Yarek is after the Holy Grail? Noah touched his chin thoughtfully and then said such a frightening sentence. Then does Yarek know the way to destroy the Holy Grail? Destroy the Holy Grail? Erica's eyes widened in shock. Liliana cried out involuntarily. You want to destroy the Holy Grail? That was the Holy Grail. Including the Black Prince Yarek, the entire European magic world had fought for it. But in the end, no one had been able to successfully obtain the Holy Grail. Had it been destroyed? Perhaps even Yarek, who was known as the most rational and ruthless person, would want to fight Noah to the death. However, Noah nodded as a matter of course. Since it's the culprit that caused such a huge mess, why should we keep it? Erica and Liliana only felt a gush of anger in their chests. They could not relax no matter how hard they tried. What he said made sense. However, if such a precious god relic was destroyed just like that, what would happen to those who would go crazy just to get their hands on it? Driven by such emotions, even Erica, who had always been smart, capable, confident, and gorgeous, could not help but ask, "Are you really going to destroy the Holy Grail? What's wrong?" Noah looked at Erica in confusion. "Is there a problem?" Erica and Liliana blurted out almost at the same time. "There's a big problem." "Is that so?" Noah ignored Erica and Liliana's reaction and replied nonchalantly. "But if I don't take out the thing inside, I'll have a big problem on my side too." "What's in there?" Erica and Liliana looked at each other again. Well, you won't understand even if I tell you. Noah said perfunctorily. He turned his head and looked at the Holy Grail in front of him again, mumbling to himself. How should I destroy it? Seeing that Noah was determined to destroy the Holy Grail that countless people were pursuing, Liliana did not know what to say. Erica also looked at Noah strangely. She turned around, took out her phone, and dialed a number. Soon, an elegant voice came from the other end of Erica's phone. Hello, Ms. Erica. Hearing this elegant voice, as a well-mannered noblewoman, Erica would have greeted in the same elegant manner if it were any other time. But now, Erica was no longer in a mood, so she said this straightforwardly. Princess Alice, please hurry over and stop our king. He intends to destroy the Holy Grail that he has obtained. As soon as her voice fell, a series of crackling sounds came from the other end of Erica's phone, as if someone had fallen or knocked something over. Then, a busy tone followed. The phone was hung up. Are you really going to destroy the Holy Grail? Alice, who suddenly appeared in Noah's room in the form of a spirit, saw Noah staring at the Holy Grail. She was first stunned by the fact that the Holy Grail had really fallen into Noah's hands. Immediately after, she began to scold Noah without any hesitation. Don't be impulsive. If you really destroy the Holy Grail, not to mention Lord Guinevere, even Alexander will fight you to the death. Hey, aren't you exaggerating a little too much? Noah was almost frightened by Alice, who was right in front of him. He said speechlessly, could it be that this Holy Grail has some kind of magical ability? What kind of effect the Holy Grail has remains to be studied. Alice shook her head and couldn't help but cast her eyes on the Holy Grail. In her eyes, there was disbelief that this magic holy artifact had really fallen into Noah's hands, and also amazement at the artifact itself. However, according to the report of the Sage Council, Lord Guinevere once used the Holy Grail to summon the illusion of God and let God fight for him. Using the Holy Grail to summon the illusion of God. Noah was finally surprised. This Holy Grail has such an effect. Not only that, but it can also forcibly plunder the undead life of the Mother Goddess. It can also store an extremely large amount of curse energy. I have seen it up close before. In the past, the Holy Grail stored the curse energy of more than a few dozen god slayers. Alice sighed. Unfortunately, in the most chaotic battle in the history of Europe, because of Alexander, most of the curse power in the Holy Grail was lost. For this, Lord Guinevere couldn't wait to tear Alexander into pieces. Speaking of this, Alice reacted and quickly asked, All right, why is the Holy Grail in your hands? Hearing this, Noah answered straightforwardly. I snatched it from Guinevere's hands. Alice was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, she asked again with uncertainty. How did you get it? Noah's response was still very straightforward. I snatched it. Alice was speechless, and after a while, she sighed. As expected of a godslayer like Alexander, even the methods they use when they want to obtain something are similar. Noah rolled his eyes, turned his head, and stared at the Holy Grail. After a while, he said, Unfortunately, I didn't cause any bloody fights, nor did I cause chaos in the entire magic world of Europe. But how can I destroy it? Alice was stunned for a moment, and then immediately cried out. In the end, do I still have to destroy it? Chapter 561. In the end, Noah had no choice but to give up the option of destroying the Holy Grail under Alice's full resistance. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, the Holy Grail was really a very precious god relic, and as long as one was in the magic world, they would more or less want to study it. However, in Noah's opinion, the Holy Grail was really useless. Therefore, if destroying the Holy Grail could take out the world fragment, Noah would never mind doing so. As for what would happen to Yerek and Guinevere after destroying this important god relic, that was not something Noah needed to consider. After all, not to mention that Yerek was not a kind person and had caused a lot of trouble for Noah during this period of time, even Guinevere was also scheming to use Noah to let Noah help him identify whether Perseus was the last king. Therefore, Noah did not need to care about what these people with bad intentions would do if the Holy Grail was destroyed. Noah was the kind of person who would be good to others if others were good to him. If others were bad to him, then he would only be worse to them. As for Yerek and Guinevere, Noah did not need to care about their feelings at all. Of course, Alice's feelings still needed to be taken into consideration. The Holy Grail that fell into Noah's hands was a magic holy relic that was once fought over by people in the magic world in Europe. Even Yerek was eyeing the Holy Grail covetously, so naturally, Alice would be interested in it. According to Alice, the fact that the Holy Grail fell into Noah's hands must not be known to Yerek. Otherwise, that guy with a twisted personality definitely wouldn't mind coming back and setting up a deadly trap for Noah to steal the Holy Grail. Of course, the news of the Holy Grail could not be leaked to the other godslayers. Because of the Stone of Gorgon, Noah had been targeted by 3 or 4 deicide together. Compared to the Stone of Gorgon, the value of the Holy Grail was no less than that of the Stone of Gorgon. Perhaps it would attract the other deicide at any time. Thus, Alice suggested that the whereabouts of the Holy Grail must not be leaked. It would be best if they could find a place to seal the Holy Grail. That way, they would be able to monopolize the Holy Grail and prevent Guinevere, the rightful successor of the Holy Grail, from finding an opportunity to summon the Holy Grail back. What Alice didn't know was that while the world fragment was still attached to the Holy Grail, Guinevere couldn't summon the Holy Grail back to herself. And without destroying the Holy Grail, Noah could only think of one way to take out the world fragment that was residing on it, and that was to bring the Holy Grail back to Between Worlds. In the past, the world fragment that Noah had brought with him would automatically attract the other half of the world fragment after entering the world space and repair itself. Since that was the case, if the Holy Grail was brought back to the world between worlds, the world fragment residing in the Holy Grail would attract the other half of the world fragment and automatically separate from it. That might not be the case. However, Noah wasn't sure if he could bring the Holy Grail back to Between Worlds. In the past, Noah had never considered the question of whether he could bring anything into the world between worlds. This was because Gaia and Aleia had said that Noah was the only one who could enter the world between worlds. Thus, Noah did not think about this problem. However, every time Noah entered Between Worlds, the things he carried with him could also be moved to Between Worlds with him. Logically speaking, it should be possible to bring the Holy Grail back to Between Worlds. However, once he left the current world and entered Between Worlds, then when he returned to this world, Noah could only choose to descend a month later. Therefore, Noah decided that it wouldn't be too late to leave this world after dealing with Perseus. Therefore, after rejecting Alice's request to bring the Holy Grail back to the Sage Council, Noah no longer paid attention to the Holy Grail, but focused on finding the whereabouts of Perseus. Since Alice was here, this beneficial resource was naturally used effectively by Noah. He let Alice, who was good at using mental perception, and Liliana, who was good at witchcraft, search for the whereabouts of Perseus together. And Erica was sent by Noah to pay attention to Guinevere's movements. It could be seen from Guinevere's extreme reaction after snatching the Holy Grail that the Holy Grail was very important to Guinevere. So, in order to get the Holy Grail back, Guinevere might do something. There was no action yet. It was probably because Guinevere was waiting for Lancelot to recover. Once Lancelot could once again respond to Guinevere's call and appear on the ground, then Guinevere might come directly to him. Unfortunately, in the next 3 days, Alice and Liliana did not find the whereabouts of Perseus, and Erica did not hear anything from Guinevere either. As for Guinevere, he had probably regained his composure. He thought that Lancelot, who could only appear for a short period of time and could not even fully exert his strength, could not possibly be a match for Noah, the special god slayer. So he must be hiding and plotting something bad. And Perseus, the hero god, seemed to be working very hard in order to recover from his injuries so that he could come back to settle accounts with Noah. After hiding for so long, there was not even a shadow of him. It was really difficult to deal with him. All in all, If there was no movement from the enemy, Noah could not do anything. He could only wait and see. As a result, Noah, who had nothing to do, could only continue to supplement his knowledge of various mythological systems in Diana's secondhand bookstore. With Alice, who could be said to be the wisest lady in Europe, here, Noah could ask her anything he didn't know. He had gained a lot from this. In this way, at this time, Noah ushered in the calmest period since he came to Nabali, becoming the most leisurely of all. The relationship between the Demon King and the magician had always been like this. The matter of dealing with the god of disobedience was all handed over to the god slayer, and the rest of the trivial matters were all done by the people serving the king of the god slayer. No one knew how long this pattern had been maintained. In this regard, whether it was Alice, Erica, or Liliana, they all took it as a matter of course. If even other things need the king to worry about, then the magicians in this world are basically useless. So, even if it's a request, before the god of disobedience comes out, leave the rest to us. This was what Alice, Erica, Liliana, and the others said. Noah had no choice but to enjoy this short period of ordinary days with a clear conscience. Under such circumstances, Noah did not know that Athena had already encountered big trouble. In the dark night, in an alley in Nabali, a petite figure came out of the darkness. She staggered against the wall, her small hand clutching her chest as she gasped for breath. And opposite the petite girl, a handsome man dressed in pure white with a sword in his hand knelt on the ground with one knee on the ground. He was also clutching his chest. His face was full of pain, but there was also a trace of joy on his face as he said this. As expected of the goddess of wisdom, known as Athena. Before retrieving the snake, you were actually able to find a chance to injure the steel hero who is your mortal enemy. It seems that I have underestimated the power and wisdom hidden in your petite body. However, in the face of Perseus' praise, Athena's expression was a little regretful. This regret was not directed at Perseus, but at the other petite figure floating beside Perseus. I just didn't expect that my former compatriot would not only become that man's maid, but also assist the steel who has been my sworn enemy since the mythological era. Athena said in a low voice with some anger. Could it be that you have fallen to this point? Honorable Athena. The petite girl, Guinevere, lowered her head and said this. In order to achieve the goal, we can use any means. This awareness, Guinevere has long had. Chapter 562. Goo. Athena furrowed her brows and stared at Perseus, who was kneeling on one knee, and Guinevere, who was hovering in midair with her cold, snake-like eyes. She couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Originally, Athena had been looking for the whereabouts of the severely injured Perseus. She wanted to get rid of him before the hero god fully recovered and resolved the hatred in the myths. Athena was the goddess of darkness who controlled the underworld and was used to moving in the dark. It was fine during the day, but once it was night, Athena's perception would improve a lot. It was not impossible to find Perseus. As for whether she would lose to Perseus, Athena wasn't worried at all. Although Athena didn't retrieve her snake and didn't restore the triad of divinity, it would be too disadvantageous for her to face the steel hero, who was the nemesis of the snake goddess. However, Perseus was also killed by Noah once and was seriously injured. In addition, a dragon-slaying hero like Perseus had a certain restraining ability against the dragon snake. Athena, who didn't retrieve her snake, wouldn't be restrained by such restraints, which was advantageous for her. Therefore, Athena didn't think that she would be bitten by Perseus. Unfortunately, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, couldn't predict the future. She didn't know that Guinevere had found Perseus first and even joined forces with him. As the former goddess of earth, Guinevere, the most orthodox demon queen, had mastered a lot of magical which spells and knowledge about various gods. For Guinevere, it wasn't difficult to speed up the recovery of Perseus' injuries. In fact, when Athena found Perseus' injuries were already more than half healed with the help of Guinevere. Facing Perseus, who was more than half healed, Athena, who didn't retrieve her snake, was naturally suppressed. In the end, Athena made the judgment that instead of facing defeat, it was better to fight back with heavy injuries. She fought with Perseus until both sides suffered heavy injuries, which led to this scene. I was too careless. Athena took a few deep breaths, suppressing the pain in her body, and said coldly, "He arrogantly chased after his old enemy because he thought that he had suffered an irreparable injury. This outcome can also be considered a lesson." No. What are you talking about?" Perseus said frivolously. "To be able to fight back at such a critical moment, that is indeed the majesty of a true goddess. I will not deny your bravery, Athena. Being praised by a hero of steel, I really can't feel happy at all." Athena's eyes flickered. "In the end, you were originally the prey of this concubine's destined enemy. You were destined to be defeated by him. Today's result can be considered this concubine's punishment for attempting to steal someone else's prey. Let's call it a day." Athena suddenly smiled as if she had seen through something. Snake-slaying hero, the leader of the ancient Sun Kingdom. Someone will come to end your legend. This concubine will wait until that time comes. Leaving this sentence, Athena's body was filled with a fog-like darkness, and she disappeared. "God, Perseus!" Guinevere immediately called out. Athena escaped. "It doesn't matter." Perseus placed his sword on the ground and propped himself up. His face was as dazzling as the sun and as fanatical as a warrior. "Although I am a dragon-slaying hero and can kill all the snakes in the world, my body was first lost because of the king who killed the god, and then injured because of the goddess who is good at fighting. Then, there's no need to hesitate about who the enemy is." Saying such a sentence, Perseus raised the sword in his hand, and a shocking expression flashed across his eyes. "After recovering from my injuries, sharpening my sword, and taking revenge on the god who killed the god, I will naturally set the goddess as my next target." Hearing this, Guinevere wanted to object. "No matter how you think about it, you should first deal with the injured enemy in front of you, right? How can you let go of the enemy that can be dealt with in front of you because you have already decided the order of dealing with the enemy?" However, the so-called heroes of steel were just like that. They could fight for glory, for self-respect, and even for trivial matters. The only thing they needed to consider was how to quell the desire to fight in their hearts. Everything else was not important. Lancelot could give up the factor that would make his sword dull for this reason. He could even abandon his memory. Naturally, Perseus could also abandon his rationality and common sense for this reason. He could only follow the thoughts in his heart and do whatever he wanted. This was steel. Guinevere understood this steel. Therefore, Guinevere would not say anything about Perseus' decision. Besides, the number one enemy in Perseus' heart was Noah, and Guinevere's target was also Noah. He did not need to care about Athena at all. As long as he could confirm that Perseus was the last king that he was looking for, and he could also take back the Holy Grail that fell into Noah's hands, then nothing else mattered. It was precisely because of this that Guinevere put in so much effort to find Perseus. As a result, Perseus, who could not be found no matter how hard he tried, was unexpectedly found by Guinevere at this time and cooperated with him. The content of the cooperation was as follows. Guinevere helped Perseus recover from his injuries. Perseus was responsible for dealing with Noah. It was that simple. As a steel that existed for battle, if Guinevere came to join forces with Perseus to deal with Noah, then Perseus would definitely refuse. In Perseus's view, he only needed to be on his own to fight against Noah. There was no need to join forces to fight against the enemy. Therefore, Guinevere deliberately took a detour and only helped Perseus recover from his injuries. Then, he would let Perseus deal with Noah. This way, things would not become so complicated. After all, Perseus's purpose was only to fight against Noah again and take revenge. And Guinevere could observe Perseus while healing him and find decisive evidence that could prove whether Perseus was the last king or not. However, according to the current situation, just as Lancelot said, Perseus' divinity seemed to be slightly different from the last king that Guinevere was looking for. In any case, Guinevere could only proceed according to the plan. "Young girl, whip this lazy body for me again," Perseus said loudly. This way, I can continue to fight. Yes. Guinevere bowed respectfully. The next moment, Perseus and Guinevere walked to a dark corner together and disappeared into the darkness. On the other side, Noah, who was reading on the second floor of Diana's old bookstore, suddenly frowned. He reached out, searched in his pocket, and took out a badge. Hum. The Gorgon stone, lying in Noah's palm, was constantly vibrating, and on the pattern of Medusa's head engraved on the badge, the snake hair on Medusa's head was constantly wriggling, looking like a group of frightened snakes, looking very uneasy. What's going on? Looking at the strange state of the Gorgon stone in his hand, Noah's frown deepened. After putting the book in his hand on the counter, Noah pondered for a while and walked downstairs. There were basically no people walking around the old market street late at night, and there were only vehicles shuttling back and forth on the distant road, bringing with them bursts of honking and engine sounds. Coming out of the old bookstore, Noah found that the Gorgon stone in his hand was vibrating more and more violently, and he suddenly narrowed his eyes. At this time, a familiar breath suddenly appeared within the range of Noah's sensing ability, causing Noah to turn his head abruptly and look in the direction of the breath. And then he was stunned. He saw that in an alley opposite the old bookstore, a sudden surge of darkness was attached to the ground like a shadow, and after a while, it condensed into a petite figure. Her silver shoulder-length hair seemed to have lost its luster as it drooped weakly. The petite girl fell to the ground just like that, as if she had lost her life. She didn't even move an inch. Seeing this, Noah's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he put the Gorgon stone in his hand into his pocket, stepped forward, and hugged the girl into his arms, and returned to the old bookstore. Chapter 563. Bang! Noah opened the door and carried the petite Athena in his arms. He didn't even close the door. He went straight into his room and placed Athena on his bed. Ugh! Athena seemed to be having a nightmare. Her beautiful face was covered in sweat, and her brows were tightly knitted. Noah's expression couldn't help but turn solemn. After smoothing Athena's messy hair, Noah stretched out his hand and placed it on Athena's petite chest. He closed his eyes and activated the curse power in his body. The purpose of doing this was naturally to check on Athena's physical condition. Noah had an extraordinary sensing ability to begin with. This ability allowed Noah to understand everything around him like a radar. He was also very sensitive to hostility, malice, and killing intent in the surroundings. He could even sense his own physical condition. Now, Noah was in close contact with Athena. Using their physical contact and the flow of curse power as a channel, he was able to scan Athena's body with his sensory ability. This was something that he could do. Therefore, with the help of his extraordinary senses, Noah sensed that something was wrong with Athena's body. Is she injured? It can't be said that she wasn't injured. However, Athena's internal and external injuries were healing at an extraordinary speed. This showed the extraordinary vitality of the goddess of earth to the greatest extent. According to the current trend, Athena's injuries should be completely healed within a day if she were to lie down quietly. The problem was that the aura of death and darkness that belonged to Athena's body was mixed with a trace of sharpness. It was as if a sharp blade was constantly twisting in Athena's body, continuously causing damage to her body. It was precisely because of this that Athena, the goddess of war, became so weak and even lost consciousness. Noah sensed a familiar aura from the sharpness of the sharpness. Perseus? Noah opened his eyes and stared at Athena's beautiful face that was dripping with sweat. He frowned again. Could it be that Athena encountered Perseus and was injured by him? That can't be right. Noah was very puzzled. Athena and Perseus, the snake goddess and the steel hero, the two valiant gods of disobedience. If such characters were to fight in Nabali, their curses and movements would have already filled the air. How could Alice and Liliana not even notice it at all? Noah didn't know that this was also a good thing done by Guinevere. For the most orthodox demon queen, if she wanted to conceal the fluctuations of her curses and movements, it would be difficult for Noah to notice it unless he had a witch who was far more skilled than Guinevere. Noah still didn't know that Perseus and Guinevere had joined forces. However, that was a problem for the future. For now, he had to heal Athena's injuries first. Heal. Noah had a slight headache. It just so happens I'm not good at it. Noah held the authority called the 10 Avatars. It was a power that could be used as 10 separate authorities. Each of them had extraordinary beyonder powers. However, the authority of the 10 Avatars made Noah almost invincible in battle, but it wasn't so easy to use it on others. Not to mention other things, the elf Avatar could give Noah the highest level of vitality and recovery. No matter how serious the injury was or how severe the consumption was, he could recover in a very short time. Unfortunately, this avatar was only effective on Noah himself. The rest of the avatars, such as Storm, Giant, White Horse, Dragon, Golden Wolf, Phoenix, Thunder, and Warrior, were only effective in battle. In this way, the only thing that could be used outside of battle was probably the priest, who could exert the power of domination and protection, and could also use various greatly enhanced runic script. I can only use priest ? Noah secretly sighed. This avatar also has a very troublesome way to use it. With such a complaint, Noah's actions were very nimble, without any hesitation. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he helped Athena up and held her in his arms. Noah looked at Athena's beautiful face that was dripping with sweat. To be more precise, it should be said that her lips were slightly trembling, and he smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that there would be a time when I need to do this kind of thing to a child. If Yenju, Hina, and Xiaoshi knew, they would probably hate me. Noah, who didn't know that the truth would be the opposite, maintained the posture of hugging Athena and closed his eyes again. I will use these words to provoke the gods in heaven. Exercise this magic. Chant this incantation. Make everything in the world bow their heads and kneel. Under the urging of the magic words that could provoke the gods in heaven, the stone plate in Noah's heart had already pointed to the priest pattern. Feeling that he had entered the priest avatar state, Noah immediately let the curse power in his body surge, and used the priest avatar's ability to refine the curse power into a protective power that burst out from his body. Immediately, Noah lowered his head and completely covered Athena's delicate lips with his own. As if he wanted to complete all the steps in one go, he directly pried open Athena's weak teeth and captured Athena's tongue. Ugh! Athena seemed to feel something and let out a slightly bitter snort. Then, the sound of tongues entangling with each other began to echo in the silent night. During the entanglement of their tongues, Noah suppressed the pleasure in his heart and the nostalgia for Athena's soft lips and tongue. He calmed his heart and let the protective power that had already been refined in his body through his lips into Athena's body. 1. Just like the scene when Noah bestowed the protective power to Alice, Athena's delicate body began to emit a faint halo that covered Athena's entire body. The power of protection was similar to the blessings of the gods. With the protective power, the weak would temporarily have a strong body, and the powerless would also have the right to temporarily exercise their power. As for those who were seriously injured, their injuries would naturally heal faster under the support of the power of the barrier. Thus, under the infusion of the protective power, Athena's originally very tenacious vitality seemed to have received a strong reinforcement. Not only did it accelerate the recovery of Athena's injuries, but it also suppressed the sharp edge that was twisting in Athena's body. After an unknown amount of time, Noah and Athena separated their lips. It was only then that Noah realized that Athena had awakened. It was unknown when Athena had woken up, but she was staring at Noah with her dark snake eyes. Her beautiful face was as emotionless as usual. In an instant, Noah and Athena's gazes met. They didn't even change their hugging posture as they fell into an indescribable silence. Noah felt extremely awkward and didn't know what to say. After all, Noah didn't just kiss a famous goddess. Judging from her appearance, she was just a child, so it was inevitable that it would be awkward. On the other hand, Athena looked at Noah with an ambiguous gaze, as though she didn't feel that this high and mighty goddess that only existed in myths had been violated. Instead, She was calm as though she could see through Noah's thoughts. His concubine's destined enemy. Why did you save this concubine? This was the only thought in Athena's mind. For Athena, Noah and Athena were enemies to begin with, and they were the so-called enemies of fate. So, why did he save her as an enemy? You talk a lot of nonsense. Seeing that Athena didn't seem to mind what he had just done to her, Noah heaved a sigh of relief and regained his composure. Since you've been saved, you should just thank me honestly. Why do you have so many questions? Hearing this, Athena showed a puzzled expression. One incredible man. Chapter 564. Although there are many things I want to ask you, before that, let me ask you how your body is doing. Noah let Athena lie flat on his bed again. He glanced at Athena's pretty face and observed the complexion of this petite goddess. With the power of my blessing, I feel that your injuries should be recovering very quickly. I can feel it. Although it was only for a moment, Athena revealed an expression that Noah had never seen before. It was an expression that seemed to be praise and amazement, but more than that, it was as if he had gotten a fun toy. There was a hint of a happy child's expression. With such an expression, Athena stretched out her hand and stroked her abdomen, as if something warm was beating inside. Her pretty face relaxed, just like a pregnant mother, which made Noah feel unnatural. Your power is indeed working in my body. Before it is exhausted, the power that Perseus left in my body that will continue to cause harm has stopped working. For the time being, it will not pose a threat to my life. Hearing this, Noah's face sank. For the time being? Yes, for the time being. Athena's tone was quite cold, as if she was not talking about her own matters. That god was originally the worst combination with me. I am the snake, and he is the steel that slaughters dragons and snakes. I am in charge of darkness, and he is in charge of the sun. Just like how steel can be reforged in the furnace fire, the sun will continue to rise and sink, repeating the cycle over and over again. The power that the hero left in my body can still be revived. For your protection, to be able to force the nearly indestructible steel and the sun to such a state, it is already very amazing. After saying this, Athena gently moved her hand from her abdomen to her chest and closed her eyes. If the power that the hero left in my body recovers, then although I will not die directly, my situation will definitely be very bad. The worst outcome is that I will fall into a long period of sleep. After all, no matter how sharp a weapon is, after a long period of use, it will become blunt. A long period of time will be enough to wear down this power. Hearing this, Noah could probably guess why Athena became like this. As expected, Athena encountered Perseus and had a conflict with him. As a result, Perseus' power seemed to have affected Athena, and it even went deep into Athena's body, constantly causing damage to Athena. Who would have thought that the snake goddess would be at such a disadvantage against the hero of steel? Of course, it was also because Athena's Gorgon stone was still in Noah's hands and had not recovered to the peak of the Trinity. Otherwise, as the highest queen of the divine realm, Athena would never have fallen to such a state. Athena seemed to be aware of this as well, but it was more of a reflection on her defeat. I just didn't expect that man's servant girl to be involved in this. How hateful. Maid. Noah was startled, and then his heart skipped a beat. Is it Gilivia? Is it the maid's name? Athena narrowed her dark eyes. I only know that the maidservant is the god ancestor, the queen of witches, and the rightful successor of the Holy Grail. As a former compatriot, the maidservant seems to have joined that man's side and worked for him. Hearing Athena's words, Noah pondered for a moment and then asked, "The man you're talking about, is it the last king?" "Oh, you already know the existence of that man?" Athena looked at Noah, and a trace of seriousness appeared in her eyes. "That's right. That man is the hero who is the archenemy of the gods' layers, and the hero who annihilated the demon king. His destiny is to destroy all the gods' layers, and every time he wakes up, he will start the battle to annihilate the demon king. If that happens, you will definitely die, so it is natural that you need to be careful." Hearing Athena's words, Noah could not help but want to refute. However, Athena's young face revealed an unprecedented serious expression, which made Noah open his mouth, and his refutation turned into a question. Are you so sure that I am not the last king's opponent? I said that that man is the archenemy of all the gods' layers, and the meaning of his existence is to annihilate all the demon kings on earth. This has been maintained since the mythological era. Athena shook her head. After the God-Slayer king usurps the power of God, his life will also be freed from the category of humans, and he can even live as long as God. Athena's words reminded Noah of Warban and Luo Hao. These two oldest God-Slayers had lived for more than 200 years. How could an ordinary human live for so long? Although magicians had corresponding methods to extend their lives, it was incredible for people like Warban and Luo Hao to live for more than 200 years without any signs of death. In that case, didn't the God-Slayers live very long lives? Whether it is the God-Slayers or the god of disobedience, none of them have truly died of old age. Athena seemed to have seen through Noah's thoughts and made such an answer. Most of the God-Slayers will die somewhere on the battlefield. They will either die in a battle with the god of disobedience or a God-Slayer of the same race, or they will be annihilated by the awakened man. None of them can live for long. Indeed, since there were God-Slayers like Warban and Luo Hao who had lived for 200 years, then were there no God-Slayers born in the era before Warban? The answer was naturally no. And since these God-Slayers also had long lives, how could they all die before Warban became a God-Slayer? Noah obtained the answer to this question from Athena. Presumably, those who became God-Slayers before Warban either died in battle or were completely annihilated by the awakened last king. As a warrior, dying a violent death on the battlefield is the true end of life. If we really die of old age, that would be the greatest regret. Athena glanced at Noah and suddenly smiled. You are an outstanding warrior that even I have acknowledged. Therefore, you only need to follow in the footsteps of your people in the past and step into death. That is your true destination. As my fated enemy, I will not let you die in the hands of that man. It is my responsibility to let you return to the earth. After saying this, Athena relaxed her body and let her body sink into the bed, but her eyes were still fixed on Noah. That maidservant has joined Perseus. Oh, Noah raised his eyebrows and suddenly understood everything. You are so seriously injured. It is also the work of that god, isn't it? Being plotted against by my former fallen compatriots. Or should I vent this frustration in my heart? Athena's lips curled into a cold smile. This concubine will not take revenge on my fallen compatriots. That will only insult this concubine's identity as a queen. Since that is the case, I can only take revenge on that mischievous brat who calls himself a hero. However, this body does not allow this concubine to take revenge. So, my fated enemy, I will leave the rest to you. With that, Athena raised one of her hands, and a cloud of black mist appeared on it and flew out into Noah's pocket. Noah took out the Gorgon stone from his pocket. He saw that Athena's black mist was slowly getting into the Gorgon stone. We, the mother goddess, have had an irreconcilable feud with the heroes of steel since the mythological era. I will not allow myself to be defeated in a battle with my former enemy. While Noah was still puzzled, Athena's voice slowly sounded. If the power of the heroes of steel is described as the sharp edge, then the power of the goddess of serpents is the hidden darkness. Presumably, that arrogant hero has not yet discovered that he is in the same situation as I am. Follow the guidance of my snake, my fated enemy, and collect your prey. Noah suddenly looked up at Athena in surprise. But Athena had already closed her eyes tightly, and her breathing had become steady as she fell into a state of deep sleep. Noah stared at Athena's beautiful face, and after a while, he clenched the Gorgon stone in his hand. As expected of Athena. Chapter 565. At the edge of Naples harbor, Perseus was sitting cross-legged in the middle of a beach that was hit by rolling waves. His eyes were closed, and under him, a magic circle was slowly rotating. In front of Perseus, Guinevere, who was floating on the sea not far away, quietly looked at Perseus, who was sitting cross-legged in the magic array. When he sensed that the magic array he had constructed was operating smoothly, a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. If one were to sense it carefully, they would find that the magic array where Perseus was sitting would release a burst of heat from time to time, and then a whirlwind would blow from time to time. Then it would suddenly calm down, and everything would calm down. However, when a magic circle calmed down, it was when the waves hit the beach and submerged half of Perseus' body. Under such circumstances, the injuries on Perseus' body were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Needless to say, these were all done by Guinevere. Looking at Perseus, who was quietly sitting cross-legged in the magic circle, Guinevere suddenly spoke. "Uncle, this can let the hero of steel recover, right?" The moment Guinevere's voice sounded, a pure white figure suddenly appeared on the sea below his floating body. There is no better way to polish the sword of steel than this. Lancelot's calm voice slowly sounded. Wind, fire, water, they're all factors that are inseparable from steel. Nothing is more effective than them for the hero of steel. Fire can forge steel and make steel into a sharp sword. Water can cool steel and make steel into a continuous sword. Wind can encourage the fire and make the flames more fierce, making the steel calcined in the flames take shape very quickly. Therefore, wind, fire, and water were closely related to steel. With Guinevere's arrangement, as the hero of steel, Perseus' injuries were healed so quickly. Even when Athena found Perseus, Perseus was already mostly healed. Of course, it was also because Perseus was Mitra, the sun god. As an undying sun, Perseus's recovery ability was naturally multiplied. He wasn't any weaker than Athena, the mother of the earth. However, if the element of wind and water was too strong, then it would do more harm than good to the hero of steel. After all, an overly intense fire could not forge steel. Instead, it would melt the steel directly. It was precisely because of this that Yerek had used Mount Vesuvius as a trap, luring Lancelot into the volcano and using it as a last resort. What Guinevere needed to do was to adjust the fire used to forge Perseus so that the fire would not cause harm to the hero of steel. Thinking of his current mission, Nivea's expression was one of annoyance. Originally, my plan was to awaken steel in Nabali and observe in the dark. I would let the seventh god Slayer fight steel and use him to help us identify whether this steel is our lord. But now, the plan has been completely ruined by King Noah. It wasn't as simple as the plan being ruined. Nivea even lost the extremely important Holy Grail that the entire European magic world and the Black Prince Yerek couldn't snatch away. It was snatched away by Noah. If they couldn't find the Holy Grail, then they would be in big trouble. We must find the Holy Grail. Lancelot made such a declaration. If my lord wakes up without the assistance of the Holy Grail, his martial strength will be greatly weakened. At that time, the kings of this era who have killed gods may be able to find an opportunity to defeat my lord. It is so that our Lord can exert the most powerful and invincible power when he wakes up. That's why Guinevere, who was once the goddess of the earth, willingly gave up her immortal life to create the Holy Grail. Nivea nodded heavily. Although without the Holy Grail, it doesn't mean that our Lord can't exert the power to annihilate the Demon King. But with the Holy Grail, our Lord can become truly invincible. We must take back the Holy Grail, my beloved daughter. I must tell you that we can't directly clash with King Noah for the time being, Lancelot reminded. During the battle with the Black Prince in the volcano, I appeared for too long. As your shadow, this is not allowed. So, as long as you're not targeted, I will not appear for the next period of time. Now, the only thing you can rely on is the god of Perseus. My beloved daughter, you must not be impulsive and clash head-on with the king, who even the Holy Grail will respond to. After being reminded by Lancelot, Nivea couldn't help but remember the scene before the Holy Grail was taken away. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. It must be known that the Holy Grail had always only recognized Nivea as the orthodox successor and would only respond to Nivea's call. As a result, even the entire magic world of Europe and the Black Prince Yerek couldn't take it away. However, now a god-slayer, who was born less than half a year ago, inexplicably appeared and could make the Holy Grail respond to him. In this way, Nivea would wonder if the king still had other means that he hadn't used yet. Would he also be able to resolve other things that she relied on? If Noah even had a way to remove the guardian spell on Nivea that was connected to Lancelot, so that Lancelot could never appear again, then how would Nivea, who had lost the protection of God and only had the power of the god ancestor, face the 7 fierce kings in this world and awaken her lord? Nivea shuddered at the thought of this. Nivea had to admit that she had underestimated Noah before. But that's it. Guinevere muttered to himself, as if he was comforting himself. God Perseus's injury is about to be fully recovered. At that time, the Holy Grail will definitely find a chance to take it back. Unfortunately, Nivea was still too naive after all. My beloved daughter, Lancelot, who was reflected on the sea, suddenly spoke. We're in big trouble. Lancelot's sudden words made Guinevere completely stunned. Immediately afterward, Perseus, who was sitting cross-legged on the beach to recover from his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes, and a mighty smile appeared on his face. God's Slayer, have you found me? While shouting such a sentence, Perseus stood up, and a sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He raised it and pointed it at the harbor in front of him. Since you're in front of me, then don't hide anymore. That's not what a hero does. As soon as these words came out, a voice immediately responded to Perseus's words. I'm sorry. I'm neither a hero nor a warrior. I'm just an ordinary person who has the means to fight. After speaking, a figure slowly walked over, looked at Perseus and Nivea, who was floating on the sea not far away, and curled his lips and smiled. You've been hiding for so long. That's enough. This time, let's end it. Well said, young man. Perseus didn't have the slightest awareness of the danger and laughed out loud. Although my body is still a little slow, I've been waiting for this moment, and now it's finally here. Compared to Perseus, Guinevere was at a loss for words. Undoubtedly, I've already set up a barrier. Why would I still be found? Because you targeted someone you shouldn't have. Noah sneered and raised the obsidian badge in his hand that exuded a faint glow. That goddess isn't the one who will suffer losses. If she can find you once, she can find you a second time. I really feel sorry for you. Hearing this, Nivea's lips trembled slightly. Yeah, that's it. Noah put the badge in his hand back into his pocket, raised his head, looked at Perseus, and his eyes gradually calmed down. However, the calmer Noah was, the more terrifying it was. This was something that those who were familiar with Noah knew. The game is over, and the show is over. It's time for this farce to come to an end. Perseus, make your move. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance to wield your sword. That would be too rude to the hero of steel. You really dare to say that. God's Slayer. Perseus's face darkened. Although my body hasn't fully recovered, as long as I can wield my sword, I can fight. Be prepared. Chapter 566. On the other side, Guinevere watched Noah come directly to the door and fight with Perseus. He was completely at a loss of what to do. Guinevere had never been afraid of person. Although she was only a god ancestor and was insignificant in the face of the existence of the god Slayer and the god of disobedience, Guinevere used to be the goddess of earth, so she was not as afraid of the god Slayer and the god of disobedience as ordinary human beings. Besides, with Lancelot's protection, Guinevere had never been afraid of the Black Prince Yerek, who had been trying to get rid of her. But at this moment, Guinevere was really afraid of Noah. Before he became a god slayer, he had successfully killed 2 of the highest level gods of disobedience at the same time. He had won the final victory in the battle with Warban, Luo Hao, and Tony, the 3 notorious god slayers. He had escaped from the Black Prince Yerek's trap alone and avoided the consequences of falling into the volcano with Lancelot and Guinevere. He had even counterattacked and ruined Yerek's whole plan. Now, Noah was able to make the Holy Grail, which only acknowledged Guinevere, respond to his voice. He had even killed Perseus once. Before Perseus had recovered and Lancelot could not appear, Noah had come to him. This man was really terrifying. Guinevere could not help but feel a little afraid of him. "My dear daughter, you need to calm down." At this time, Lancelot's voice came into Guinevere's ears. "The God-Slayer seems to be worried about my appearance and does not intend to attack you now. At least you are safe." But that was when God Perseus was still around. Guinevere said with some unease, "That king should be wary of the alliance between Uncle and God Perseus. So, after King Perseus is dealt with, he might attack me. By then, Uncle, who can't use his full strength, won't be a match for King Perseus. I don't have to clash with that king. Once he attacks you, I'll be able to appear. Even if I'm no match for him, I'll still be able to bring you out of here safely if I run at full speed." Lancelot's voice started to turn serious. "My dear daughter, you should understand this, but you have lost your usual calmness because of your fear of the king. Quickly recover." Hearing Lancelot's reprimand, Guinevere finally came to her senses. She took a deep breath, suppressed her inner emotions, and watched the battle between Noah and Perseus. However, the scene that appeared in front of Guinevere's eyes suddenly made her eyes wide, and her mind was in chaos again. With a sharp piercing sound, Perseus charged toward Noah on the beach where the waves were rolling. He raised the saber in his hand and slashed at Noah's head with a force that could split Mount Hua. Swoosh! A cold arc flashed, and a sharp sword directly cut through the air. It flashed through the space and mercilessly fell in the direction of Noah. His eyes narrowed because of Perseus's blade that was shining with arcs of light. In the face of Perseus' fierce slash, Noah smirked and stretched out a finger. Ding! After a crisp sound, Perseus's sword fell on Noah's finger, but it only caused a spark. It could not even cause a wound on Noah's finger. Seeing this scene, not to mention Guinevere, even Perseus widened his eyes in shock. However, while Perseus was still in shock, Noah suddenly stretched out his other hand, bent his finger, and suddenly flicked the blade of Perseus's sword. Dang! Accompanied by the sound of gold and iron colliding, Perseus's sword was hit by Noah's finger, as if it was hit by a heavy blunt weapon. It was fiercely bounced away in the vibration of the air. Immediately, Noah turned, spun, and kicked heavily at Perseus' chest. Bang! At the critical moment, Perseus controlled the sword that was bounced away in time and held it horizontally in front of his chest to block Noah's kick. However, in the next moment, Perseus felt an extremely strong force transmitted from Noah's foot, which landed on the saber. The shock caused Perseus's body to fly backward, and he was kicked into the air uncontrollably. In the air, Perseus finally reacted and tried his best to control his body. After turning half a circle, he faced Noah with his head down and feet up. The sword in his hand suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an iron bow. Whoa! A gorgeous light wheel appeared behind Perseus, illuminating the entire beach. Ancient sun, please give me the shining light. Rain of arrows, and annihilate the sinner who violated the contract. In a short sentence, Perseus pulled the iron bow heavily. Whoa! The light wheel behind Perseus suddenly lit up. The moment Perseus released the arrow on the bow, it spun up and made light arrows appear in the space in front of Perseus. Like raindrops, they fell on Noah's body. The vision in front of him was filled with dazzling light arrows. But Noah just crossed his hands in front of his face and made a defensive posture. Taking a closer look, Noah's body suddenly flashed with a light screen that looked like it was made of scales, enveloping Noah's entire body. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the continuous explosions, the arrows of light that blotted out the sky like raindrops hit Noah without missing a beat. They fell on the scale like light curtain around Noah, stirring up bursts of halos and sparks. However, they could not break through the light curtain and hit Noah's body. What? Perseus was shocked, but he also noticed the scale-like light curtain around Noah's body. Scales. That's right. Noah waved his hand and smiled faintly. And it's a dragon scale. Yes, dragon scale. This was the hidden effect of Noah's Dragon Man incarnation. Since ancient times, whether in myths or reality, Dragon scales were one of the hardest substances. Noah's Dragon Man incarnation had an effect. That was, it could transform Noah's body into a dragon's physique. As a result, this effect even gave Noah the defensive power of the dragon scales. Noah also discovered it when he accidentally used the Dragon Man incarnation in battle. When using the Dragon Man incarnation, if the cursed power in the body was released, then the released cursed power would form a layer of light curtain in the shape of dragon scales. Because it was not a real scale, Noah called it air scale. It could give Noah the ability to cause great damage to dragon-type creatures. It could give Noah god-tier, close-range combat power that far exceeded intuition and wildness. It could give Noah a physique comparable to a dragon's. With the support of the dragon's physique, the cursed power could also form a layer of air scales to defend against external attacks. This was the true power of the Dragon Man. By the way, the firmness of my air scales is comparable to the authority of a god slayer I know called steel protection. Noah suddenly smiled at Perseus. That is called an immortal body or an indestructible body by your gods. So, Dragon Slayer hero, do you want to try to cut open my air scales? God Slayer, are you looking down on me? Perseus's handsome face showed a burst of anger. I'm a Dragon Slayer hero. You actually used the dragon scales to fight against me. God Slayer, you are insulting a hero who causes trouble for others. We will politely decline. Noah's face was cold. You injure my ally. I am very angry now, and you still want to talk to me about being a hero? Then let me send you, the hero, on your way. After saying that, the air scales around Noah's body suddenly disappeared. That was because Noah canceled the Dragon Man incarnation and let the stone plate in his heart suddenly point to another pattern. A terrifying curse power rose from Noah's body into the sky, like an explosive wave of fire, spreading in all directions. Amidst the surging curse power, a huge figure quietly emerged. Chapter 567. Among Noah's 10 avatars, the giant was the avatar that could bring unimaginable power to the user. Using this avatar, Noah's power could even reach the level of directly destroying Tony's steel barrier. One could only imagine how terrifying the power brought by the giant avatar was. Compared to Luo Hao's Titan Arts, Noah's giant was undoubtedly superior. However, Luo Hao's Titan Arts could not only bring unimaginable power to the user, it could also summon 2 Vajra warriors. The existence of these 2 Vajra warriors was not because Luo Hao's Vajra Herculean Divine Art had other effects, but because Luo Hao's body was completely unable to display the monstrous strength of the Vajra Herculean Divine Art. This was to be expected. Just like how the Godspeed ability would bring an unimaginable burden to the human body, the strange power of the gods could not be completely brought out by the human body. Therefore, when Luo Hao used the Vajra Herculean Arts, he wasn't able to display the full power of the Vajra Herculean Arts. Only when he summoned the 2 Vajra Herculean Arts could he display the full power of the Vajra Herculean Arts. In the battle with Tony, after Noah used the giant avatar to destroy Tony's steel barrier, the hand that he used to throw punches was directly crippled. It was only later that he used the elf avatar to recover. In other words, Noah's giant avatar was the same. If he only relied on the human body, he would not be able to bring out the full power. Then, here came a question. Since that was the case, how could Noah's giant avatar bring out the full power? The answer was the same as Luo Hao's Titan Arts, which was to bring out the full power of the avatar. Bang! Amidst the violent sweeping of the surroundings, Noah's body surged into the sky, and a tall giant that was definitely more than 100 meters tall appeared. Its entire body was made of cursed power, and it looked like a phantom. What dash! Perseus's pupils slowly shrank to the size of a needle as the giant appeared. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. What? Are you surprised now? Within the illusionary giant's body, Noah, whose entire body was burning with the massive spell power that made up the giant, slowly sneered. The surprise is yet to come. With that, the phantom giant immediately raised its thick arm. Boom! Amidst the muffled sound of an explosion, the giant's fist rubbed against the air. Even space trembled slightly as the giant's fist fiercely smashed down in the direction of Perseus. Seeing this astonishing attack, Perseus's countenance changed again and again, and the sense of crisis in his heart suddenly exploded. He would die. If he didn't dodge this attack, he would definitely die. Under such intuition, Perseus's battle-hardened body reacted faster than his consciousness. He fiercely stomped on the ground and jumped up. At the next moment, the giant's fist landed on the spot where Perseus had been. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying tremor that sounded like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The ground of the entire Napoli seemed to be trembling, constantly shaking. Bang! The beach at the edge of the Napoli harbor directly burst out with a loud noise. The yellow sand in the sky was blown in all directions under the huge impact, carrying the same violent impact wind. Not only did it cover every corner of the beach, but it also rushed to the sea in the distance. Guinevere, who was still watching the battle, had a drastic change in her expression. She only had time to raise her hand, but her petite figure was blown by the violent wind. Like a lonely boat drifting in a storm, she was drowned by the violent airwaves in a scream. Amidst the overwhelming sandstorm that filled the space, only the illusionary giant seemed to be supporting this world, standing tall. It was so terrifying. Without a trace of stagnation, the giant suddenly withdrew the fist that was blasted to the ground in front of him. His movements were so flexible that he didn't look like a huge monster at all. At a speed that was many times faster than that of ordinary people, as if he wanted to catch something, he suddenly stretched out his hand and directly put his thick giant hand into the sandstorm in front of him, pounding it hard. Boom! Under the twisting of the giant's hand, the space around the illusionary giant hand once again shook with a shockwave, pushing back the surrounding sandstorm and waves and forcibly dispersing them. Everything calmed down. In a corner of the distant sea, Guinevere, who had been blown away by the violent wind and sandstorm, finally stabilized his body. He put down his hand in front of him with lingering fear. After hesitating for a while, he used the witch's eye to let his vision leap to the distant battlefield. Therefore, the scene that appeared in Guinevere's eye of the witch made the heart of the most orthodox god ancestor, who was not afraid of the god slayer and the god of disobedience, shrink fiercely. He saw that on the beach, where all the movements had calmed down, the illusionary giant was still standing there, without the slightest movement. Around the giant, the beach that should have existed had completely disappeared, replaced by a wasteland and a bottomless pit. The countless grains of sand that were originally here had all been blown away. The ground also began to crack along the bottomless pit. That scene was like a powerful missile that had just successfully landed here and detonated here, making people's hair stand on end. In the center of this wretched place, the illusory giant was still in the posture of raising a huge arm. If one observed carefully, they would find that. In the giant's hand, which was composed of cursed power and made his body look somewhat illusory, a figure, like a doll that was about to be destroyed, was tightly held in the giant's palm. Surprisingly, it was Perseus. Being held in the giant's palm, Perseus only felt that his whole body seemed to be squeezed by something heavy from all directions. His originally handsome face was red, and he could not help but make a bitter sound. In the illusionary giant's body, Noah was still releasing an extremely large amount of cursed power, turning it into the power of the giant's body. Looking up at Perseus, who was struggling in the giant's hand, Noah's eyes were surprisingly calm. In this case, this farce is over, right? Although the voice was soft, Perseus still heard it clearly. Perseus, who endured the severe pain of his body being squeezed out a weak laugh from his throat, but his eyes were fixed on Noah. Well done, God-slayer. It seems that I have to admit that this time I have failed. Noah snorted softly and curled his lips. I'm just sending a troublemaker who appeared without permission and brought trouble to others without any self-awareness back to the place where he should be. Gods originated from the myths that represented themselves. As long as they violated the myths that they should follow and appeared on the ground, then the god would transform into the god of disobedience. And if the god of disobedience was killed, then the god of disobedience would lose his body on the ground and return to the original myth. Perhaps he would be able to appear again at a certain time in the future. Therefore, even if Perseus was killed here, Perseus would not truly disappear, but would only return to the original myth. God Slayer, do you think you can send me back to the undying myth like this? Perseus shouted loudly, I am the undying sun. The divine power of resurrection has already been restored. You can't make me return to the myth, don't you understand? You should be the one who doesn't understand. Noah laughed sarcastically. Do you think you can be resurrected? Feel what's inside your body. Hearing this, Perseus was startled. Then he seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed abruptly. At the same time, a thick darkness spread out from Perseus' body. Ah! In the next moment, Perseus's screams echoed in the surroundings. Chapter 568. Ah! Along with Perseus' screams, a darkness deeper than the surrounding night burst out from Perseus' body like a fog and shrouded his entire body. Under the cover of this thick darkness, Perseus felt that the cursed power in his body was flowing away at an extraordinary speed. Soon, he fell to the bottom of an extremely bleak valley compared to the god Slayer and god of disobedience, which made Perseus's heart tremble violently. This is Athena's. That's right, that's Athena's power. It was as if the phantom of a giant grew directly from his body. Noah released an astonishing amount of cursed power while staring at Perseus, who was held in the palm of the giant and covered by the thick darkness, and said faintly, just like you left your power in Athena's body and constantly brought harm to Athena, the goddess did not want to be outdone and left her power in your body. It's just that you haven't discovered it. What? Perseus widened his eyes in disbelief. That goddess, actually, didn't I say it before? You can only blame yourself for staring at someone you shouldn't have. Noah glanced at Perseus. The darkness of Athena, hidden in your body, will devour your cursed power. Even if you have the authority of resurrection, if you don't have enough cursed power to use the authority of resurrection, you naturally won't be able to resurrect. So Perseus, you're finished. No, it's too early to say. God Slayer. As if he really saw his death, Perseus, whose cursed power was devoured by the darkness, shouted loudly, I'm an immortal god. 1 or 2 defeats are nothing at all. One day, Perseus in Mitra will still appear on the ground. If you can live until then, I will definitely come and take revenge. Really? Noah suddenly smiled. That smile was extremely cold. Then I'll look forward to the arrival of that time. After saying that, the giant, who was holding Perseus tightly in his palm, clenched his fist tightly. The famous steel hero was crushed like an egg under the full force of the giant's terrifying strength. Thick blood splattered all over the ground. Perseus, death. At the same time, on the distant sea, Guinevere, who saw the scene of Perseus being crushed by the giant using the eyes of the witch, turned pale. She raised her hand, and a heavy round metal suddenly appeared in her hand. It was an alloy disc about the size of Guinevere's fist and made of gold and black iron. Guinevere continued to stare at the surface of the metal for a while. Then, an ancient word that looked like the word sword suddenly appeared on the circular relief on the edge of the disc. Seeing this, Guinevere seemed to know something, and his eyes kept changing. Perseus is really dead? The voice that answered Guinevere's question was one that only Guinevere could hear. Guinevere didn't know whether it was because she didn't want to admit it or not. That hero's steel was left on the arrowhead disc, so there is no doubt that he has been destroyed. Lancelot's voice directly sounded in Guinevere's heart. This also proves that the hero will not be the last king to appear in this world, and he will not be the master we are looking for. Hearing this, Guinevere gritted her teeth unwillingly. Did I fail again? My beloved daughter, what you should be thinking about now is not my master's matter. Lancelot said in a deep voice. You should think about how to survive the next disaster. As soon as he finished speaking, Guinevere sensed an aura approaching. He raised his head abruptly and looked ahead. "So it was you who did this?" Such a voice echoed from afar and drilled into Guinevere's ears. In the sharp sound of breaking through the air, a bolt of lightning flew from a distance and stopped not far in front of Guinevere. Immediately, it slowly turned into a figure and floated in midair. Taking a closer look, around the figure, a whirlwind seemed to be twisting something, making the figure seem to be flying directly on the wind, as if he was walking on flat ground. That was also one of the authority of the 10 avatars, the Storm Avatar. Guinevere involuntarily took a step back in midair. He looked at the figure floating in front of him with a solemn face, and his voice was a little hoarse. "You really came to find Guinevere? Lord Noah?" Noah narrowed his eyes and looked at the alloy disc in Guinevere's hand, as if he wanted to see through Guinevere's heart. "Undoubtedly, I killed Perseus, but my authority didn't change or increase at all. At that time, I knew it was you who did this. Guinevere, it seems like you're really not afraid of death." Noah's words were rather casual. There was no killing intent or hostility in them at all. However, Guinevere was keenly aware of an aura shrouding his body. It was as though he was about to be devoured at any moment. "King, are you sure you want to be Guinevere's enemy?" Guinevere raised the alloy disc in his hand and shouted at Noah as chills ran down his spine. "This is a god relic left behind by the supreme sword god, the last king. There's an authority stored in this relic that can turn your dead kin into your own weapon, replacing bows and swords. Do you understand what this means?" Noah raised his eyebrows and looked at the sword-shaped pattern on the alloy disc in Guinevere's hand. "I see. You used this god relic that can store the deceased steel to absorb Perseus, who I killed." "Yes, this arrowhead disc is the god relic that stores the authority summoned by the sword god. It is also the most precious treasure that has been secretly passed down through the generations of demon queens. If you use it, even Guinevere can exercise the authority of my lord and summon the deceased steel to fight for Guinevere," Guinevere said sternly. "If the king intends to attack Guinevere, not only Lancelot, but even Perseus would become the king's enemy once again. Facing two powerful steel heroes, even the king would have a headache, right?" Hearing this, Noah frowned. A Lancelot who could not use his full strength would not be Noah's opponent. Even if it was Perseus, even if he regained his full strength, Noah was confident that he could defeat him again. However, if Lancelot and Perseus worked together, Noah was not confident that he could defeat the two heroes of steel. Of course, that was under the condition that he did not use his trump card. "Although I did not use it in the battle with Yarek and Perseus, I hope you did not forget." Noah sighed. "My sword is in a state where I can draw it out at any time." Guinevere was stunned at first, then he finally remembered. 3 months ago, Noah had defeated Luo Hao, Warban, and Tony in one fell swoop with the sword he had used. "Coup!" Guinevere let out a muffled cry. "A golden sword that can split a godhead? Perseus is a very famous godhead. I can't be unprepared to deal with that guy's sword, can I?" Noah said as he stared at Guinevere. "And I also have Lancelot's knowledge. Logically speaking, I should be able to pull out the sword, but for some reason, the sword against the Knight of the Lake in Celtic mythology could not be pulled out. So, Lancelot has a secret that I don't know, isn't it?" Guinevere lowered his head, trying to hide his inner turmoil, but he did not know that this behavior gave Noah the answer. Suddenly, an indescribable heavy atmosphere filled the surroundings. At a certain moment, Noah relaxed his tense body as if he had given up. "Forget it, I've almost done what I need to do. There's no need to fight with the two heroes of steel anymore. Guinevere, you're lucky to have survived." After that, Noah canceled the storm incarnation and entered the thunder mode. He turned into lightning and swept away into the distance, leaving Guinevere silent as if he had just survived a disaster. Chapter 569. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Noah, who had transformed into lightning, returned to the second-hand bookstore. Through the window of the secondhand bookstore, he entered his room and canceled the thunder, allowing his body to slowly return to his human form. Have you returned victorious? Almost at the same time, Noah returned to his human form. A cold and arrogant voice sounded from the corner of Noah's room. It seems that the means I left behind have indeed helped you greatly. Noah's figure paused, turned his head, and cast his gaze to the corner of the room. There, a petite silver-haired girl, who had unknowingly put on a Greek-style robe, had her back facing Noah. She only tilted her head, and her pair of dark eyes met with Noah's gaze. Facing Athena's gaze, Noah slowly nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke softly. Have your injuries healed? The power of steel that was left in my body has already disappeared along with its master. Athena replied without turning her head. Therefore, there is no need for me to continue sleeping. As an immortal goddess, it is not difficult to recover from some injuries. Although Athena said that it would not be difficult to recover, she did not say that it had already recovered. Considering the pride of this goddess, Noah did not find it strange at all. This was a goddess who could fight back even in adversity, hiding her power in the body of her natural enemy, steel, without being discovered. In the end, she became the true cause of her enemy's death. Presumably, even if she hadn't fully recovered from her injuries, Athena would still try her best not to show her weak side in front of Noah, her mortal enemy. Of course, with Athena's power, Noah did not doubt that her injuries would quickly recover. Therefore, Noah only nodded and did not ask any more questions. At this time, Athena turned around and looked at Noah. Her snake-like eyes sized up Noah for a while before fluctuating. After killing the hero of steel, you should have obtained his power, but I don't feel any steel aura from you. You're indeed the goddess of wisdom. You can even see through this? Noah was stunned. Then he laughed bitterly. Something unexpected happened, but it's not that bad for me. My strength is enough. In the first place, Noah's 10 avatars authority was a violation of the rules. Although it was essentially just one authority, it could be used as 10 separate authorities, and each avatar would not lose to the authority of another godslayer. Under such circumstances, Noah, who possessed the authority of the 10 incarnations, already possessed many abilities. Even if he had 1 or 2 more authorities, it wouldn't have any obvious increase in strength. What Noah needed to do was to continue developing his 10 avatars. Just like the appearance of the giant, the dragonoid's air scales, and the elf's full recovery, Noah's 10 avatars' authority had already been fully explored and controlled. Since the exploration had been completed, the next step was to continue developing it. Therefore, rather than finding out that it was useless after obtaining the authority, Noah might as well focus on the power that he currently controlled. This was the way of a king. Noah, who had already confirmed his next path, raised his head and said to Athena, "Are you leaving?" That one sentence made the atmosphere at the scene become heavy all of a sudden. Our cooperation will only last until the death of steel. Is there any reason to continue staying by the side of our mortal enemy? Facing Noah's question, Athena only revealed a gaze that was not stubborn. Or do you intend to start a duel with me at this time? I don't mind. Let's forget about it. Noah replied without hesitation. I don't have the intention of attacking others when they are injured. Oh, Athena was stunned. As far as I know, Perseus is also injured. That injury was also caused by me, right? Noah spread out his hands. That doesn't count as taking advantage of others, right? You caused it. Athena frowned. If I remember correctly, the injury on Steel's body should be caused by me. The injury you left should have been mostly healed by the efforts of that man's maidservant. Since it was caused by you, is there any difference? Noah replied indifferently. We are allies. Athena was silent for a moment, then smiled knowingly. There should be a limit to your sophistry. That's the kind of person I am. Noah looked into Athena's eyes. What? Did I disappoint you? Who knows? Athena seemed to avoid Noah's gaze on purpose, and her voice became emotionless again. The fate between you and me will come to an end sooner or later. When that time comes, perhaps I will answer you. Athena was referring to the duel with Noah. Noah, who understood what Athena meant, closed his eyes and slowly opened them. Actually, I have two things to tell you about this. Athena did not expect Noah to change the topic and was stunned for a moment. Then, Noah took out the Gorgon stone. First of all, you said that you want to duel with me, but the god relic that can restore your true form is in my hands. What do you plan to do? Is there a need to ask such a thing? Athena frowned slightly. Since this concubine snake is in the hands of my fated enemy, then I will rely on the wisdom of the goddess to take it back. Isn't this also one of my duels with you, my fated enemy? What she meant was that Athena would not fight with Noah before she took back the Gorgon stone. It seemed that Athena did not want to fight Noah, her nemesis, in a state where she had not recovered her full strength. Is that so? Noah did not argue and suddenly smiled. Then, the second thing, if I win the battle with you, as the goddess of the realm of the gods, Athena should give me some spoils of war, right? It's a little strange for you to say that, Athena replied calmly. Winning the battle against the god of disobedience and seizing the power of the opposing god of disobedience, isn't that the spoils of war for you, god slayers? But I just said that my power is enough, and I don't need more power. Noah looked straight at Athena, who was confused, and finally spoke his true thoughts. So, I want to make a promise with you. A promise? Athena's eyes became serious. Her intuition told her that this so-called promise was definitely not an ordinary one. You know about the relationship between Guinevere and Lancelot, right? Noah smiled indifferently. If I win the battle with you in the future, then I hope that you can be my guardian like Lancelot and Guinevere. Athena was completely stunned when she heard this. Of course, I don't want you to appear on the ground for a very short period of time like Lancelot. I want you, Athena, to be my guardian. Noah's eyes shone brightly. I believe that since Guinevere, who used to be the goddess of earth, was able to turn Lancelot into the guardian of the godly ancestor Guinevere using the Great Guardian spell, then you, Athena, should be able to do something beyond that, right? Athena laughed coldly when she heard Noah's boastful words. Do you want this concubine to become your subordinate? I just feel that instead of killing someone close to me, why don't I make good use of our relationship? Noah put on a wanton smile on his face. You once said that there's an inexplicable connection between us. Then, perhaps becoming my guardian is also a possibility for us to have a connection? Athena smiled once more. But this time, Athena's smile was unusually joyful. Since you've made such a request, then you should have the corresponding awareness, right? Athena is also a goddess of war, Noah said with a shrug. In the past, Athena had many outstanding warriors. If I could be convinced, I don't mind becoming one of them. Chapter 570. The next day, on the second floor of the second-hand bookstore, Noah, Alice, Erica, and Liliana gathered together. To be precise, it should be said that Noah called Alice, Erica, and Liliana out after dawn and told the three girls that he had killed Perseus. So many things have happened without us knowing. Alice sighed softly, and there was a little dissatisfaction on her delicate and pretty face. Such an interesting thing. No, such an important thing. You actually completed it alone last night without telling me. You asked me to join in the fun. No help. The highest princess in Europe was essentially a woman who loved to join in the fun and gossip. Noah now knew this fact. Then what about Athena? Erica asked. According to what you said, isn't the goddess injured and with you? Showing her weak side in front of the enemy seems to be unbearable for the goddess. Noah took a sip of the black coffee on the table and responded casually. So, last night, Athena left. Of course, Noah and Athena had agreed to fight each other in the future, and the loser would become the guardian of the winner. This agreement was not mentioned by Noah. Otherwise, who knew how Alice, Erica, and Liliana would look at Noah? After all, Noah made such an agreement with Athena because of his casual nature. These days of frequent communication allowed Noah to know more about Athena, and he indeed understood the charm of this mythical goddess. Frankly speaking, it was impossible for Noah to fight with Athena, kill her, and send her back to the mythical realm. Noah really couldn't do it. In that case, it was not a bad idea to solve Athena's problem in this way. However, he didn't know how long it would take to realize it in the future. At least for now, Noah and Athena couldn't fight. Then, what about Lord Guinevere? Liliana asked about the whereabouts of the last person who might affect Nabali. The problem of god Perseus has been solved. Is Lord Guinevere still in Nabali? The god ancestor probably wants to stay away from me now, right? Noah recalled the faint fear that Guinevere revealed to him last night and said helplessly, "Probably, unless I directly intervene in the matter related to the last king, the god ancestor won't want to get close to me again." Alice, Erica, and Liliana suddenly exchanged glances with each other. If even Lord Guinevere has left, then Alexander will not continue to stay in Nabali. Alice said in an affirmative tone, "For that man with a twisted personality, there's nothing in Napoli that interests him anymore. He must have left with Guinevere by now, right? Perseus, the god of heroes, Zugnivia, and Yerek, the Black Prince." Erica winked at Noah. "Since these people are no longer here, then you're the only one left outside the norm in Nabali. That is to say, this time the matter is finally solved perfectly." Liliana couldn't help but feel a little overjoyed. Then, after Diana restores Mount Vesuvius to its original state, this incident will come to an end. Liliana's words made Alice and Erica relax. They couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This trip to Nabali was just like the birth of the Gorgon Stone 3 months ago. There were just too many things that were out of the norm. Last time, because of Athena, it attracted the attention of Luo, Hao, Warban, and Tony, the 3 godslayers. This time, because of Guinevere, it led to the arrival of the twisted King Yerek, and also led to the appearance of the 2 steel heroes, Perseus and Lancelot. Such a large-scale conflict between the godslayers and the god of disobedience was very rare. Now, with Noah around, it happened twice in 3 months. It was really hard to relax, and it would not be surprising if the string in his head snapped. And if you think about it carefully, Noah had a fight with Tony before he became a godslayer, and the battle of reincarnation as a godslayer was against 2 gods of the highest level at the same time. No matter how you look at it, it was not a feat that an ordinary person could accomplish. But Noah did it. Perhaps this also indirectly confirmed the law that the strong attract the strong, and those with ability are destined to be extraordinary. In short, it was the end of another big event, and Noah had finally found the world fragment, which was worth celebrating. Since it's over, the next thing should be to solve the problem of the Holy Grail. Right? Alice said to Noah eagerly, "I think it's better to let the Council of Sages seal the Holy Grail, so that we can put an end to Lord Guinevere's summoning of the Holy Grail and Yerek's covetousness. We can also hide and study the Holy Grail ourselves. What do you think?" Suddenly, Noah, Erica, and Liliana said in unison, "Nothing much." Alice immediately became crestfallen. The Holy Grail was a good thing. Not to mention the Council of Sages, there was almost no one who would not be interested in it. So, even if it was to be dealt with, it would not be by the Council of Sages. As Noah's followers, Erica and Liliana felt that the Holy Grail should be dealt with by the Copper Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross. However, Noah had no intention of letting anyone deal with it. "I'll keep the Holy Grail for myself first," Noah declared to Alice, Erica, and Liliana in an unquestionable tone. "I'll be leaving for a while, and I'll take the Holy Grail with me. Before I come back, you can act on your own." These words not only stunned Alice, but also shocked Erica and Liliana. "Okay, don't say anything," Noah said before Erica and Liliana could say anything. "I know what you're worried about, and I know that you're staying with me so that I won't wander around. So don't worry. I'll only be away for about a month, and I'll be back in a month." As long as he left this world, no matter how long Noah spent in other worlds, a month would have passed in this world when he returned again. Therefore, Noah's words were not considered a lie. "At least tell us where you plan to go." Erica frowned. "You're the most special 7th king. If we don't know your whereabouts, many people will feel uneasy. Can't you bring us along?" Liliana was more or less unwilling to give up. "I think we should be by the king's side. As the king, I do need your help on my side, so I won't play the role of king during the month I'm away from you." Noah smiled meaningfully. "Don't worry. Don't worry? How could they not worry? No one would be at ease if a king of destruction was allowed to run around, right?" With such thoughts in mind, Alice, Erica, and Liliana received a piece of news not long after. The harbor and beach of Nabali had inexplicably disappeared, leaving only a wasteland and a huge pit. After receiving this news, Erica and Liliana began to regret letting Noah go. Unfortunately, Noah had already left this world with the Holy Grail. In the pure white world, Noah, who was holding a huge magic holy artifact in his hand, suddenly appeared here and raised the Holy Grail in his hand. In the golden container, the broken feather trembled as if it had sensed something. As Noah's eyes suddenly lit up, the broken feather slowly separated from the Holy Grail and came into contact with another broken feather that was coming in contact with it. Ding! With a light sound, the two broken feathers joined together and became whole again. Like a cheerful little bird, they started to wander around Noah's body. Seeing this, Noah was relieved. As expected, world fragments would attract each other. Chapter 571. Dash. In a daze, Noah heard such a noise, which made Noah, who was still asleep, begin to wake up little by little and open his eyes. What entered Noah's eyes was a ceiling that he saw for the first time yesterday. Seeing this ceiling, Noah's consciousness was completely awake, and his memory was awakened little by little. So, I seem to have come to another world, right? Because of the rare calm morning, Noah's brain seemed to be a little slow, and even his tone was uncertain. It told others how relaxed Noah was now. But relaxing was something that couldn't be helped. Even if Noah wanted to be tense, he just came to this world not long ago. He was unfamiliar with this place, and he didn't even have an acquaintance. Naturally, there was no enemy. Why did he need to be so vigilant? In addition, once there was any danger, Noah's sensing ability would be as sensitive as the radar that found missiles. So Noah didn't need to be tense all the time. He could still relax when he needed to. Dash. The sound that woke up Noah was still echoing, whipping anyone around who planned to go back to sleep. Noah was the type of person who didn't sleep too much in the morning. Therefore, Noah also got up very simply. After yawning, he reached out and turned off the noisy alarm clock on the bedside. Then he looked around. This was an ordinary room with a kitchen, a bathroom, and a bathroom. The area could only be regarded as an ordinary room. In such a room, there was a bed, a small round table in the middle of the room, a writing desk, a wardrobe, and a computer. There was a refrigerator in the kitchen, and all kinds of tableware and furniture were quite complete. As a single person's residence, there was nothing to be picky about. Of course, Noah only lived here yesterday, and this was one of the rooms in an apartment. Just yesterday, Noah rented this room as his temporary residence in this world and settled down. However, Noah had been in this world for 3 days. In the past 3 days, Noah had gained a basic understanding of this world. Just like before, the world this time was also set in the modern era. Noah didn't know if there were any mysteries hidden in the darkness of such a world. However, Noah's intuition told him that this world was definitely not as ordinary as it seemed. Therefore, in the past 3 days, Noah did not go to any sparsely populated places, nor did he wander around in conspicuous places in hopes of encountering something. Instead, he sold some of the gold that Erica and Liliana had prepared for him before he left the world of the deicide for cash. Then, he used his hacking skills to obtain a legal identity. Past experience had already told Noah that he didn't need to wander around. As long as he was special, he would naturally step into an extraordinary world. In addition, in the world of the Godslayer, Noah had also encountered the super troublesome Tony because he had blindly wandered around. Naturally, Noah would learn from it. Therefore, when Noah came to this world, the first thing he did was to find a way to get money and then find a place to settle down. By the way, he also uploaded his resume for a job on the internet. Everything was like an ordinary person. Because of his past experience, Noah learned a lot of skills to make money. Therefore, Noah, who stuffed his skills into his resume, was not worried that he would not be able to find a job. In the worst case, Noah could also be a tutor like in the world of the Knight of the Mage. With language proficiency, there were probably many people who wanted to hire Noah as a teacher. In fact, after Noah posted his resume, the most replies he received were about the job of a teacher. As for the teacher's license, in the past 3 days, Noah had already gotten it easily. The only thing that was suspicious was that Noah was a little too young. A teacher who was not even 20 years old. Many people probably doubted whether Noah really had the ability to be a teacher, and even doubted whether Noah had already graduated. Unfortunately, in terms of identity, Noah had already made all the necessary preparations in the past 3 days. He even tried his best to get his hands on the graduation photos from the university. Presumably for those aspiring youths who worked so hard to graduate from university and enter society, Noah must be someone who would make people go crazy with jealousy, right? After getting up from the bed, Noah finished the basic washing up and turned on the computer. He also checked the messages on the phone he recently bought. After a while, he helplessly shook his head. Sure enough, a teacher's job is the most. Noah's advantage was that his memory and comprehension were good. In the past, he had also read a lot of books, so his brain was filled with a lot of things. Plus, he was proficient in all the languages of the world, so naturally, Noah was the most hired teacher. A teacher is a teacher. It's not like I haven't been a teacher before. In the past, in the world of the Black Bullet, Noah personally picked up the pointer to teach the cursed child. For this, he even finished all the university courses. From his point of view, Noah could be considered as a teacher. Although he was a teacher to a group of elementary school students, let's see what schools replied. At that moment, Noah casually swiped the mouse and looked at the names of the schools that had replied to him, intending to hire him as a teacher. He looked just like an ordinary job seeker, which was unbelievable. 3 days ago, someone even called him king. Not long after, Noah's hand movements suddenly stopped, and his eyes fixed on the name of a school. Private Horse King Academy? Seeing this school name, Noah's heart throbbed. This made Noah raise his eyebrows, and the corner of his mouth slowly curved up. I knew that even if I didn't do it deliberately, I would still encounter it sooner or later. As the beloved child of the world, once he encountered a clue that might be related to the world fragment, Noah would be able to get hints from the world. Although it was said to be a hint, in fact, it was just a kind of intuition like sixth sense. And without a doubt, now, Noah's intuition was triggered. Just like when he saw the name of Haoling Academy in the world of absolute dual blades. This time, Noah had the same experience. Sure enough, letting nature take its course is the best way. Noah nodded secretly and moved the mouse, clicked on the Private Horse King Academy item, and looked at the information of this academy. Walalal dash. Since yesterday, the weather had been bad. Although the rain falling from the sky could not be called a downpour, the rain was quite dense, causing a lot of water to accumulate on the ground. Dash. After coming down from his apartment, Noah opened the umbrella he borrowed from the manager and stepped into the world of rain. He held the umbrella in one hand and held the phone in the other. He constantly pressed buttons, found a map of the entire city, and followed the directions of the map, and walked in the direction of the Private Horse King Academy. The city Noah was in now was not a very prosperous city. Compared to the commercial street, the residential area was undoubtedly more extensive, and almost all of them were ordinary people's houses, full of life everywhere. Against the curtain of rain, Noah walked slowly along the aisle where there were quite a number of people. Most of the pedestrians around him were wearing school uniforms, and they seemed to be on their way to school. Otherwise, no one would be willing to run around in such a rainy day. Noah observed these students, sometimes looking at their chest, sometimes looking at the school bags they were carrying, and found that some of them were labeled Private Horse King Academy, which proved that the academy was not very far away. However, a few years ago, the Private Horse King Academy was actually an all-girls school, and not long ago, it changed to a co-ed school. Therefore, the proportion of girls in the Private Horse King Academy was much higher than the proportion of boys. Even if the lower the grade, the higher the proportion of boys, but overall, there were still more girls. This led to the closer Noah was to the private Horse King Academy. The more uniform the students around him were, and the more girls there. In such a situation, a boy without a uniform mixed in naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. At this time, a school gate appeared in front of Noah. That was Noah's goal. Private Horse King Academy. Chapter 572. Look, that boy over there isn't wearing a uniform. He's not a student of our school, is he? Then why is he here? Could he be a transfer student? He looks kind of handsome. Walking along the main road of Chariot King Academy, Noah was under the curious gazes of the girls around him as he listened to their whispers. Although he looked calm on the surface, he felt helpless inside. Undoubtedly, he had not even applied to be a teacher in this academy. So why was he so eye-catching? Chariot King Academy was not a combat academy like Haolang Academy, and Noah did not have a special title like he did in Haolang Academy. So why was it still like this? Noah did not know that. To normal people, he was already eye-catching enough. In terms of appearance alone, Noah wasn't considered extremely handsome, nor was he considered a standard pretty boy. However, he didn't have a common face either. From a girl's point of view, he could be considered handsome. Of course, in terms of appearance, he could only be considered slightly outstanding, but Noah had an aura that no one else could compare to. Since he was young, Noah had cultivated a calm aura in order to prevent his mana from going berserk due to the excessive amount of mana in his body. During the year he spent in the world of the Dark Bullet, Noah often played games with people of high status, such as the Celestial Chrysanthemum Minister. Coupled with his extraordinary experiences in the worlds of Absolute Dual Blades, Knight of the Magician, and God Slayer, over time, his body naturally carried an extremely otherworldly temperament. After all, he was an existence that people called a king, wasn't he? How could Noah be ordinary under the influence of what he saw and heard? Thus, with his outstanding appearance and otherworldly aura, Noah naturally received full marks in the hearts of the normal girls. Thus, as soon as he entered Chariot King Academy, the girls around him kept pointing at Noah and discussing him animatedly. A girl who accidentally met Noah's gaze even blushed, her eyes twinkling like little girls in love. As for the boys, since Chariot King Academy used to be an all-girls school, they didn't attract Noah's attention due to their small numbers. However, Noah still noticed the looks of envy and jealousy on some of their faces. As expected, after stepping into this place, I can't be ordinary even if I wanted to. Noah sighed softly. Ignoring the whispers of the students around him, he held up his umbrella and walked toward the most conspicuous building on the campus. Chariot King Academy was not as luxurious as Haolang Academy, which had rented the entire artificial island as its campus, but it was still quite large. It was more than enough to be used as a school for the nobility. Other things aside, just the entrance of the school building reminded people of the hall of a medieval mansion. Whether it was the decoration or the setting, it was very good. If it was an ordinary high school, it would be really difficult to compare with this. But this way, it'll be hard to find a school administration office, right? Noah sighed again. However, for some reason, when they saw Noah's melancholy sigh, many of the girls around him shrieked as if they had seen something precious. Noah's heart twitched. Are all normal high school girls like this? Just as Noah was about to seriously misunderstand what a normal high school was like, a strong and unusually quiet footstep approached Noah. Noah immediately turned around and looked behind him. He saw a young girl with shoulder-length black hair and a pair of glasses on her face. Her delicate face was full of intelligence, and her whole body exuded a cold and serious aura. Her walking posture was very proper and well-mannered as she approached. I am the president of Chariot King Academy's Student Council. My name is Ji Tsiu Kangna. The girl who called herself Ji Qiao Kangna lowered her head at Noah and asked in a tone that was so calm that it was reminiscent of coldness. Chariot King Academy usually prohibits outsiders from entering. So, may I ask why you are here? Her tone was polite, but her attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. She was very dignified, as if she was the embodiment of justice. This was Noah's first impression of the president of Chariot King Academy's student council. Upon closer inspection, one could see that behind the president of the student council, there was a girl with an outstanding height and long black hair. However, the other party was like a follower, following behind Ji-Chu Kangna without any intention of interrupting or doing anything. However, it was this pair that piqued Noah's interest. Noah's outstanding senses allowed him to detect an unusual aura and power from this pair of girls. That unusual aura was almost identical to the one Noah felt when he first met Mira when he was young and saw Myra's demonized hand because she couldn't control the power of the demon in her body. This unusual power was all too familiar to Noah. Magic power. It wasn't ordinary magic power either. It was like Athena's with a deep, dark magic. These two girls who looked like high school students definitely weren't ordinary high school students. As many thoughts flashed through his mind, Noah nodded at Ji-Chu Kangna without any change in expression. I'm here to apply for a teaching position. I didn't know the way, so I took a detour. My apologies. Teaching position? Ji-Chu Kangna was stunned. The surrounding students who had been paying attention to them started to chatter. That boy is here to apply for a teaching position? It can't be. He's so young. He looks about the same age as us. The average high school student was between 15 and 18 years old. Noah was already quite old compared to the average high school student. He was almost 20 years old. However, based on his appearance, Noah was indeed about the same age as the average high school student. It wasn't strange that others would be so surprised. Noah had already expected this. I didn't mean to disturb your classes, Noah said to Ji-Chu Kangna. So, can you tell me how to get to the school office? My apologies. Only then did Ji-Chu Kangna react. His attitude became more respectful towards his teacher. If that's the case, I'll lead the way for you. Hearing this, Noah smiled. Thank you very much. Everything that happened next started to make sense. Because Noah had already uploaded his resume and received a reply, when he came to the school affairs office, he just showed his teaching license and communicated with the dean of the academic affairs office. After confirming that he was a real teacher, he was successfully admitted. The only surprise was that Noah originally thought that Horse King Academy wanted him to be a foreign language teacher because he was proficient in languages all over the world. In the end, the dean asked Noah to be a healthcare teacher. Indeed, because Noah often had to take care of the cursed child, and because he wanted to use his own blood to create an antidote for the invasion of the protozoan virus, he had some medical knowledge. Therefore, he filled in this column on his resume. But he didn't expect to be accepted by Horse King Academy because of this. After all, Noah's medical knowledge was only a little bit. He couldn't be considered a doctor. Of course, it was still barely enough to be an ordinary healthcare teacher. Under these circumstances, Noah had no reason to reject. After agreeing, he started work that day. Up ahead is the field of Horse King Academy. After passing through the field, you can reach the school building where the students are having their classes. Because Ji-Chu Kangna helped to lead the way, after Noah was accepted, the dean asked the student council president to introduce the school to Noah. I'm in charge of healthcare, so the healthcare room is also my job. Accompanied by the silent girl with long black hair, Cho King led Noah to the infirmary while introducing Cole King Academy to Noah. The healthcare room is on the 3rd grade floor. I'll take you there. The healthcare room. Noah rubbed his nose. I'll have to trouble you then. You're welcome. Ji-Chu Kangna shook his head. I'm the student council president of this school. It's my duty to help you. Before he finished speaking, Ji-Chu Kangna was suddenly speechless and looked in front of him. Noah followed Ji-Chu Kangna's gaze and looked in front of him. In the next second, Noah was stunned. Chapter 573. What is the brightest red color in the world? Some people will answer that it is the color of roses. Some would answer that it was the color of blood. Some would say it is the color of the gem. Some people would answer that it was the color of paint. However, at this moment, Noah could tell everyone with certainty that none of the above statements were true. The brightest red in the world was the color of hair. Oh, a gentle breeze blew from afar, brushing past the campus, brushing past the field, and also brushing past the bright red hair. She had a head of bright red hair that reached her waist. She had a slender and voluptuous figure. She had one hand on her hair, suppressing the long hair that was being blown by the wind. Her other hand was casually swinging, but it brought about an unusual feeling of awe. She was like the daughter of a noble family, exuding a noble temperament from head to toe. The girl had an exceptionally exquisite face, so exquisite that one couldn't help but wonder if it was a face that could only appear in someone's dream. However, what attracted the most attention was still her bright red hair that reached her waist. Noah had always thought that only Alusha could have such red hair. But now, another young girl with such dazzling long hair quietly appeared in the wind and slowly walked towards Noah. To be more precise, it was slowly walking towards Ji Chu Kangna. Greetings, Tsangna. She seemed to have come specifically to greet Ji Keichong. The young girl with bright, long hair smiled at Ji Keichong with an unpretentious elegance. I saw you when I was in the school dormitory. I was wondering why you were still on the field at this time. It's almost time for class. If the student council president is late, it should cause a commotion, right? Lias? A smile appeared on Ji Kikang's face that Noah had never seen before. This smile was extremely faint, and it reminded Noah of the smile of a certain goddess who was not good at expressing her emotions on her face. But when facing the girl he called Lias, Chikakangna was not stingy in showing such a faint smile. I was also wondering why you would come here at this time. Could it be that you saw me and were afraid that I would be late, so you specially came to remind me? Well, as childhood sweethearts who grew up together, this level of words is still necessary. Lias maintained her elegant smile and nodded at the girl with long black hair behind Chik Chuatsong. Zhuangji, thank you for your hard work. Assisting the vice chairwoman is the duty of the vice chairwoman. The girl named Zhuangji spoke for the first time and even bowed respectfully at Leah. I'm just doing what I have to do, Lady Lias. Seeing this, Noah more or less understood the situation of these three people in front of him. The status of the three people in front of him was clearly different. Lias and Ji Chuetsong seemed to be familiar with each other and were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Their conversation was rather relaxed and natural, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, the girl named Zhuangji said that she was the vice president of the student council, but her attitude was completely different from that of an ordinary student council president. Instead of saying that she was showing respect to her superior, her attitude was more like that of a bodyguard or follower, obeying her master's every command. Moreover, Zhuangji's attitude towards Lias was basically the same. So Noah was sure that the three girls before him were not just ordinary people, but also seemed to have a very deep background. Moreover, the girl named Lias naturally ignored Noah and chose to greet Ji Chuetsong first. That confirmed Noah's guess even more. After all, most people would be more concerned about outsiders at this time, right? But Lias was concerned about Ji Chuetsong first. Clearly, from Lia's perspective, Ji Chuetsong was undoubtedly more important. After chatting for a while, Ji Chuetsong seemed to have finally remembered Noah's existence, but he did not choose to introduce him to Lias. I'm showing the new teacher around the academy, and I should be done before class starts. Sorry, Lias, I won't be accompanying you. You don't have to be so formal. It's what you should do. Lias shook her head and finally looked at Noah, lowering her head slightly. Sorry for interrupting your tour, teacher. Unlike the others, the girl named Lias did not doubt whether Noah's appearance matched his identity as a teacher. It was precisely because of that the girl was different from the others. Moreover, Noah also sensed the same aura and power from Ji Chuetsong and Zhuangji from Lias. In other words, the girl's body also had a more special magical power. How could there be so many people with special powers gathered in a school? Noah was even more certain that coming to this academy was the right choice. Noah smiled faintly at that moment. Don't mind me, I'm quite happy too. Happy? Lias, who was just about to leave after a greeting, was puzzled by the words and looked at Noah again. Why? Well, Noah scratched his cheek and shrugged. Because your hair color is as beautiful as my childhood sweethearts. Both Leah's and Ji Keichong were slightly stunned by those words. Hair color? Leah's subconsciously stroked her waist-length red hair and smiled at Noah. I think my hair color is very special here. It's really unbelievable that my teacher's childhood sweetheart has the same hair color as me. Although that was what she said, Noah noticed that Leah's smile was a little strange, as if she was paying attention to Noah's words. No, not just Leah's. Even Ji Chuetsong seemed to have a reaction to Noah's words. What? Could it be that there was something strange about red hair? Or was there something strange about it? Noah, who was stimulated by Leah's and Ji Chuetsong's reaction, also paid a little attention to this matter. After secretly remembering it in his heart, he nodded at Leah's. Indeed, among the people I know, only my childhood sweetheart has that kind of hair color. Even her surname is Shukalito. It's quite appropriate. Hearing Noah's words, Leah's and Ji Chuetsong's expressions relaxed. Noah, who noticed this, found that Leah's and Ji Chuetsong's expressions only relaxed after hearing Elusha's surname. Does that mean that the red hair color made Leah's and Ji Chuetsong think of something? And is it mainly related to a certain surname? If the speculation is more expansive, is it related to a family or clan with a certain surname? While Noah's mind was spinning rapidly, there was no change on the surface. He just secretly remembered what he had discovered today. Well, if there's a chance, please introduce me to your childhood sweetheart, sir. Leah's waved her hand after saying those words as if she was socializing. I won't disturb you from touring the campus with Ji Chuetsong, sir. If you need any help, please don't hesitate to ask me directly. With that, Leah's turned around, and as if remembering something, she turned back and flashed a beautiful smile at Noah. I'm Leah's Gimli, a third-year student. I hope you'll have a wonderful time in Coal King Academy, sir. Leaving those words behind, Riaz slowly left with vigorous yet elegant steps. Watching Leah's beautiful back until she entered the school building and disappeared from sight, Noah's lips curled, and he could not help but murmur, "What an interesting young lady. I hope we can have a pleasant meeting next time." Ji Chuetsong, who heard Noah's words and saw Noah's reaction, lowered her head and gently pushed her glasses. The reflective glasses covered her eyes so that no one would notice the look in her eyes. If Noah saw Ji Chuetsong's eyes, he would definitely notice it. Ji Chuetsong-na's eyes were filled with thoughts. It was as if she was considering the truth of Noah's words, full of uncertainty. All right, sir, let's continue touring the campus. Immediately, Ji Chuetsong continued to speak without changing his expression. I'll bring you to the infirmary when it's time for class. Noah naturally had no objections. Under Ji Chuetsong's lead, they continued touring the campus. Chapter 574. This is the infirmary. Ji Chuetsong-na introduced the place to Noah in the infirmary of the Coal King Academy. This academy used to be an all-girls school, and girls tend to have weaker bodies. The infirmary is a necessary facility for Colt King Academy. If possible, I suggest you stay in the infirmary as much as possible. If the infirmary is so important, what about the previous infirmary teacher? Noah was confused. Before me, there should be other teachers who were healthcare teachers, right? The previous infirmary teacher has retired, Ji Chuetsong-na replied. Since the infirmary teacher had been working here for a long time, the academy hasn't hired a new infirmary teacher for a long time. That's why the academy is in a hurry to hire another infirmary teacher after the previous infirmary teacher retired. Coincidentally, the resume that Noah uploaded on the internet mentioned that he was involved in this field. Colt King Academy replied to Noah. After all, in a school with a high proportion of girls, there were definitely a lot of girls with weak physiques. If there were any setbacks, they would easily get injured. Infirmary teachers were very important to Colt King Academy. Thinking of this, Noah suddenly realized a very serious problem. Since Colt King Academy had a higher proportion of girls, it meant that girls were more likely to come to the infirmary. Didn't that mean that Noah would have to take care of a bunch of girls? But there were some places that were not suitable for boys to take care of, right? With this thought in mind, Noah smiled bitterly to himself. There was no difference between a boy and a girl to a doctor. There was only the difference between a healthy person and a sick person. Unfortunately, Noah was not a proper doctor. Were the people of Coal King Academy not afraid that they would hire a scumbag who could not control his lower body and use his identity as an infirmary teacher to do some dirty things with the girls? Forget it. If the others didn't mind, Noah wouldn't mind either. I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll stay here, Noah said to Ji Tsiu Tsang Na. Thank you, Ji Tsiu Tsang Na. You can go back to class. Got it, teacher. Ji Tsiu Tsang Na bowed to Noah. Behind him, Zhuang Ji did the same at the same time. Then, we'll take our leave first. With that, Tsang Na left the infirmary with Zhuang Ji. Noah then walked around the rather spacious healthcare room. After a while, he stopped in front of an office desk. He looked at the white coat stacked on top of it and shrugged. I didn't know that I would be wearing this thing one day. I really want Erica and Liliana to see this and get rid of their impression of me as a destructive maniac. After that, Noah picked up the white coat that was folded on the desk and put it on. He sat down and picked up a health and physical education book on the table and flipped through it. Ji Tsiu-tsang, who was leading Zhuang Ji, walked unhurriedly along the empty corridor. His face was still full of wisdom and a little serious and cold. After a while, Ji Tsiu-tsang Na stopped in his tracks and opened his red lips. You can't urge me to go to the classroom just now. Why are you still here? As soon as he said that, the red-haired girl walked out from behind a pillar. She leaned against the pillar and crossed her arms. Her beautiful eyes stared directly at Ji Tsiu-tsang Na. Her expression became a little funny. I'm more surprised that you're so concerned about a new teacher. Usually, even if you have this kind of guiding mission, don't you just give it to someone in the student council? Aren't you the same? You came out of the school dormitory just for a teacher? Ji Tsiu-tsang Na closed his eyes and said calmly, Do you really think that teacher is just an ordinary new teacher, Liesi? This sentence changed the atmosphere in the room. If you must know the answer, then I can only tell you that I don't know, Liesi said bluntly. That teacher is just like any other normal person. There's nothing special about him. At least, I don't feel that he's different from normal people. Same for me. Ji Tsiu-tsang Na's already serious expression became even more serious. But I just feel that something is wrong. You think so too? Liesi smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Undoubtedly, there's nothing strange about him, but I just feel that something is wrong. I had this feeling when I saw him in the dormitory, but it disappeared when I came out. I don't even know what to say to that teacher. So, you're here to take a look, right? Ji Tsiu-tsang Na's tone became a little helpless. I knew you're not the kind of person who would rush me into the classroom. I'm sorry, I was a little mischievous, Lai said after a teasing remark. Hey, Tsang Na, do you think we should talk to that teacher? Do you think he might be related to us? Ji Tsiu-tsang Na opened his eyes, a strange light flashing in his eyes. But we didn't notice anything strange, right? That's true, but I think it's better to talk to him. Liesi looked at the direction of the infirmary and suddenly smiled. Such an interesting person has appeared in my territory. How can I not make contact with him? Is that so? Ji Tsiu-tsang Na said calmly. What if, in the end, he's just a normal human? Well, isn't that good? Liesi's smile became even more beautiful. As a human, if he can interest me, Liesi Jimenez, then there's enough reason for me to talk to him. Maybe he's a good seedling. Good seedling? Ji Tsiu-tsang Na hesitated for a moment before asking. You want him to be your chess piece? Liesi did not answer Ji Tsiu-tsang Na's question directly. Instead, she shrugged. Who knows? Just like that, Noah stayed in the infirmary reading until school ended. He did not receive a single patient. That was probably because the academy had not announced the hiring of a new infirmary teacher, or the academy wanted to let Noah familiarize himself with the environment of the infirmary before officially opening the infirmary to the public. In any case, Noah was idle for the whole day until the evening. When he was sure that no one would come to the infirmary, Noah took off his white coat and walked out of the infirmary. In the evening, most of the students in the academy had left. Because of this, Noah did not receive the same amount of attention as when he came to the academy in the morning. He walked out of the academy quietly and walked in the direction of his apartment. Beep beep. On the road, the sound of car horns echoed around. Standing at the crossroad, Noah, who was waiting for the green light, suddenly had a thought and glanced at a place not far away. There, a girl dressed like she came from the 2D world was handing out flyers to the people around her, and soon she sent it to Noah. Please accept this. Noah silently took the flyer from the girl's hand. His eyes followed the girl as she left, and a trace of surprise slowly appeared in his dark eyes. That's not a human, right? Saying so, Noah lowered his head and looked at the flyer in his hand. It was a flyer that was similar to a card. On top of it, there was a sentence written in an exaggerated circle. Fulfill your wish. And under such a sentence, there was a delicate magic circle drawn. Normal people would probably regard this leaflet as some inexplicable spread of religion and belief, or perhaps a prank by some abnormal person, and disregard it, right? However, Noah would not do that, because Noah found that the structure of this magic circle was quite reasonable. If this magic circle was really activated, it would definitely cause magic and magical phenomena to occur. Noah had learned a lot of magic and magic, such as crush magic, enhance magic, and running magic. So, on this point, Noah was still certain. Noah calmly stuffed the flyer in his hand into his pocket, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Chapter 575. Successfully becoming a teacher at the Coal King Academy was something that Noah experienced on the 4th day of his arrival in this world. However, compared to the ordinary 3 days that had been uneventful, Noah could be considered to have gained something today. At the very least, Noah had confirmed that this world was not as ordinary as it appeared. Leah's and Chiquangna, who had special magical powers in their bodies. The girl who gave Noah a flyer on his way home. She did not have the slightest hint of a human, as if she was some strange creature. If he still thought that this world was ordinary after meeting these people, Noah's head should really be thrown into the recycle bin. With that, there were many things that Noah needed to confirm. For example, who were Leah's and Chiquangna? And what was the purpose of the flyer that the girl who did not have the slightest hint of a human was giving to Noah? Sitting in his own apartment, Noah held up the flyer with a magical circle drawn on it and muttered to himself as he looked at the line of words that was deliberately circled on it. Fulfill my wish, huh? Could it be that making a wish on this flyer could really fulfill my wish? Noah was more or less skeptical about that. If it were some simple wish, Noah would not doubt that it could be fulfilled. However, if it were said that all wishes could be fulfilled, Noah could not help but doubt it. After all, even Noah, who had slain a god, did not dare to say that he could fulfill the wishes of others, let alone a flyer that could be found anywhere. Anyway, let's give it a try. After making up his mind, Noah began to seriously consider it. But what should I wish for? As for Noah's wish, it wasn't that he didn't have one. If possible, Noah wished that his 2 lovely fiancées could live happily and peacefully for the rest of their lives. His grandfather could also live a long and healthy life without illness or pain. His family and friends could also live happily for the rest of their lives. If he was more extravagant, Noah also wished that he could recover all the lost world fragments and restore the feathers in the world between to their original form. That was Noah's truest wish. On the other hand, Noah himself did not have any wishes that he wanted to fulfill. If one had to say it, Noah's wish to give Mira and Lisanna a beautiful marriage was also Noah's wish. Furthermore, Noah also wished that the lovely girls he knew in other worlds could live happily. Now that I think about it, don't I have quite a lot of wishes? Noah could not help but complain. However, Noah would not say those wishes on a flyer he found on the street. So, what other wishes could he make? After a while, Noah's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Speaking of which, I also want to know about Leah, Jimenez, and Kangna. I wonder if this wish can be fulfilled? As soon as he said that, in Noah's hand, the intricate magic formation engraved on the flyer suddenly lit up and flashed with a blinding red light. Noah raised an eyebrow and let go of the flyer. However, the flyer did not fall to the ground. Instead, it floated into the air and turned into a 2-meter-wide magic formation before landing on the ground. The next moment, a burst of starlight floated from the center of the magic formation and gathered together to form a figure that was imprinted in Noah's vision. The light gradually dissipated. The magic formation also disappeared bit by bit. Only the figure standing on the spot slowly opened her eyes and met Noah's gaze. It was an extremely petite girl. The girl looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. Her height was only about half of Noah's, and her figure was very slender. She had shoulder-length silver hair that was combed very smoothly, and there was a black kitten ornament above her temple. She was very cute. Of course, the cutest thing about her was that doll-like face of hers. Her small face was very smooth, and although her facial features were slightly immature, the face formed when put together was really as delicate as a doll's. Coupled with a pair of big eyes, she was really very cute. However, there was almost no trace of emotion on this cute face. For a moment, Noah thought that he had summoned Athena and could not help but smile bitterly. Today, I really met people who look like acquaintances. This sentence, the petite girl did not seem to have heard. After the magic formation was completely hidden, there was still no emotion on the girl's face. She only politely lowered her head to Noah. "Hello, I'm Tachin Kitten, a demon who answered your summons and came to fulfill your wish." As soon as she opened her mouth, the words that came out of the girl's mouth shocked Noah. "Demon?" Noah was surprised. Only then did he realize that Tachin Kitten's aura was very similar to that of Leah's, Ji Chuetsong, and Zhuangji. There were also traces of that very special mana in her body, which was almost identical to that of Leah's, Ji Chuetsong, and Zhuangji. Could it be that the aura and mana were unique to demons, and that was why she was so special? There were demons in this world, or demons that were almost no different from humans. Noah's curiosity was piqued at once. "That," Noah scratched his cheek. "Can I just call you Kitten?" The kitten nodded heavily twice in agreement. There was still no emotion on her doll-like face, as if she was not good at communicating. "All right, Kitten," Noah asked curiously. "Are you really a demon?" The kitten nodded again. She did not say anything, but used her actions to prove her identity. Slap! With a slapping sound, a pair of wings suddenly spread out behind the kitten's back. Those were black wings that looked like a bat's wings, but also like a sickle with many sharp thorns. The moment it spread its wings, a deep, dark magical power rose from the kitten's body. Noah, who clearly sensed it, understood what was going on. Just like how Naz, Wendy, Laxes, and Gadjaloo, the dragon-slaying archmages, had a ferocious and powerful mana aura like that of a ferocious beast, the mana in the kitten, who called herself a demon, also carried the characteristics of a demon. That was the feeling of darkness. That feeling of mana was very similar to Myra's mana. Mira, who was able to receive the power of a demon, had this feeling of mana. The kitten, who also had the same type of mana, was probably a demon without a doubt. However, since this mana was very similar to that of Lias, Ji Tsutsong, and that Vice President Zhuangji, did that mean that Lias, Ji Tsutsong, and Zhuangji were also demons? Noah felt that he seemed to have peeked into a corner of the mystery of this world. Because there was a wish to be fulfilled, demons responded to the summoning of those who wished. Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this scene. "All right then, cute Miss Demon," Noah asked. "Since you came out from the magic circle engraved on the flyer, then the one who distributed the flyer today shouldn't be a demon too, right? That's the demon's familiar." The kitten replied with a clear and low voice, but her pair of big eyes were fixed on Noah. She was very cute. "You're a little strange." "Strange?" Noah blinked, not expecting the kitten to suddenly say this. "What's strange about it?" "Movement and posture," the kitten said. "There's not a trace of redundancy, and there's not a trace of flaw. It's very refined. That's something only those who have been training in martial arts would have." That was it. That was the reason why Leah and Chika Kangna felt that something was not right about Noah, even though there was nothing strange about him. Nonetheless, while Leah's Angie Quikangna could vaguely sense that they could not fully understand what was wrong. Because the two girls were not martial artists, even if they sensed that something was wrong, they could not figure out the reason. And yet, the kitten easily sensed it. That also proved that the kitten had a certain level of attainment in combat techniques. That's not really strange, is it? Noah shrugged. Let's not talk about that. Cute Miss Demon, can you fulfill my wish first? The kitten did not pester him, and simply nodded. Chapter 576. Demons would answer the summons of humans and fulfill the wishes of humans in exchange for a price. This was even recorded in the Bible. It was also the impression humans had of demons since ancient times. However, the standard demons in the Bible would fulfill the wishes of humans in exchange for the human's soul and life. Now, when demons answered the summons of humans and appeared in front of them to fulfill their wishes, they would also collect a price. However, it was not as exaggerated as directly taking their soul and life. As the price for fulfilling their wishes, humans could pay demons with items or money. As long as it was something of equivalent value to the wish, it could be used as payment. In other words, the price that humans had to pay would fluctuate according to the degree of the wish that was fulfilled. In this day and age, almost no humans would casually trade their soul and life, and no one knew how to summon demons. Therefore, demons would engrave the summoning magic formation on flyers and distribute them. They would appear in such a way to fulfill the wishes of humans. How should he put it? After learning about this from Kitten, Noah's impression of demons had completely collapsed. That's right, he did not feel any fear at all. Rather, if there really was a demon that was summoned to Noah through the magic formation and induced Noah to give up his soul and life, such a demon would have been killed by Noah long ago. In any case, Kitten's appearance had piqued Noah's curiosity. Therefore, Noah decided to play with Kitten for a while. Before I tell you my wish, I have a question for you. As if he was entertaining a relative, Noah and Kitten sat down at the small round table in the middle of the room and looked at each other across the table. Under the expressionless gaze of the kitten, Noah glanced at the kitten and said with a spurious smile, "You don't tell me you're a student of Chariot King Academy?" Kitten was obviously stunned. She then lowered her head and looked at her body. At this moment, Kitten was wearing the uniform of Chariot King Academy's female students. There was nothing better than this to prove that Kitten was a student of Chariot King Academy. I thought you looked a little familiar. Noah did not know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that the demon I summoned was actually my student. Student? Kitten was stunned again, and then understood. Are you a teacher at Full King Academy? I'm a new healthcare teacher. I just started today. You'll probably get the news tomorrow. Noah shrugged. For the time being, I'll say thank you for your guidance. Only then did Kitten react. Her face returned to its original expressionless face, and she nodded at Noah. Then, teacher, please tell me your wish. Since you're also a student of Chariot King Academy, there's no need for me to explain, Noah said straightforwardly. You should know Lias Gimli and Jitsu Kangna, two third-year students, right? Hearing Noah's words, Kitten was really surprised. It was as if he had heard a name that should not have appeared, but was closely related to him. He was very surprised. Of course, the kitten was only surprised in its eyes, but its expression did not change much. However, he didn't know if it was Noah's illusion. He felt that Kitten's gaze towards Noah was a little more cautious and vigilant after he mentioned Lias and Jitsu Kangna's names. Sensing that, Noah confirmed that Kitten really did know Lias and Jitsu Kangna. However, Noah did not give up on his idea and simply said it out loud. Actually, my wish is to know about those two third-year students. The more detailed, the better. This sentence caused the vigilance and wariness in Little Cat's eyes to become even more intense, but her tone was still as indifferent as before. I'm sorry, but I can't fulfill that wish. Noah teased, as if he had expected that. Why? It involves personal privacy, the kitten said. Also, it feels a little dirty. Noah almost fell over. Why does it feel dirty? Could this girl be thinking that Noah wanted Laius and Jitsu Kangna's information to woo them? Even if that was the case, it wasn't dirty, was it? Or did Kitten think that Noah was some kind of stalker? Noah was a little speechless. Your thoughts are too extreme. I'm just curious about the famous people in the academy. How could a beautiful girl like Laius and an icy beauty like Jitsu Kangna not attract attention in an ordinary high school? Even though he had only spent a day in Coal King Academy, Noah more or less knew about Laius and Jitsu Kangna's reputation in the academy. It was said that Laius was the most popular student in the academy, while Jitsu Kangna was the third most popular student. Both boys and girls looked up to them and worshipped them. Perhaps that was why Kitten thought that Noah wanted Laius and Jitsu Kangna's information, because he had an ulterior motive. As a matter of fact, Noah had met many people like Laius and Jitsu Kangna who were revered by others. Most of the people Noah met were excellent and had outstanding looks. Like Laius and Jitsu Kangna, they were more or less admired by others. That was why Noah was really just curious about Laius and Jitsu Kangna, as well as some information about this world. He really didn't have any other intentions. Perhaps she saw a hint of sincerity in Noah's dumbfounded expression, but Kitten remained silent for a while before shaking her head in rejection. Even so, you can't leak information about the seniors without permission. Noah paused for a moment at that, and started to like the petite girl before him. She looked just like a child, but he didn't expect Kitten to be so considerate. All right, I'm just interested. It doesn't matter if I don't get it. Noah waved his hand casually, but became troubled again in the next second. If that's the case, the contract with the demon is broken, right? Kitten furrowed her brows without a trace. She seemed to be a little distressed. If that's the case, my demon's performance will drop. It's very troublesome. Is that so? Noah chuckled awkwardly as he complained inwardly. So demons talk about performance too, huh? Don't you have any other wishes, teacher? Kitten asked seriously. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. I'm very good at manual labor. Manual labor? Kitten was good at manual labor? He really couldn't tell how a petite girl like her could be good at manual labor. Kitten frowned. I feel like teacher is thinking of something very impolite. No, I'm not. Noah couldn't help but look away, but he was stared at by Kitten as if she wanted to see through Noah's thoughts. Her gaze became very sharp. Immediately, Kitten stood up and under Noah's puzzled gaze, walked to the bed at the side, stretched out her hand, and put it on the edge of the bed. Hey, along with an emotionless, weak, and soft cry, a scene that made the corner of Noah's eyes twitch appeared in the next moment. Who? The bed that was several times heavier than Noah's was lifted up high by the petite Kitten and stood on top of Kitten's head, lifting such a heavy object that could easily break the seemingly slender arm. Kitten's expression didn't change at all. She seemed to be at ease, and even her voice didn't change. I'm very good at manual labor. Kitten repeated as if she wanted to prove herself. Noah's mouth twitched again and again. I understand. Anyway, how about you put down my bed first? Kitten nodded and then called out, hey, emotionlessly, and put the bed that was lifted above her head back to its original position. Sure enough, you can't judge a book by its cover. She was a demon after all, so there were still some strange things about her. Although he didn't know whether giving a petite and cute girl monstrous strength was strange or regretful, at that moment, Noah rubbed his eyebrows. Well, I just moved here anyway, and there are still a lot of things to tidy up. Since Kitten is good at manual labor, then help me move the furniture. Kitten nodded her head in satisfaction. Then, the contract is established. Chapter 577. The next day, Noah left his house early in the morning and headed to Full King Academy under the guidance of the apartment manager. Noah's apartment wasn't very far from Full King Academy. Even if he were to walk, it would only take him about 20 minutes. This amount of walking wasn't even enough to warm up Noah's muscles, so he naturally didn't find it troublesome. If Noah were to seriously run, he would be able to reach Full King Academy in less than 3 minutes. Even so, Noah still chose to wake up early and slowly walked for 20 minutes before arriving at Full King Academy. The surrounding students were still the same as yesterday, staring at Noah. The chatter wasn't as loud as yesterday, but there were still quite a few students watching, especially the female students. He wasn't sure if they specifically asked around about Noah, but he could vaguely hear them mention words like teacher and health center. Presumably, they already knew that Noah was a teacher in this academy. Under these circumstances, Noah could only obediently accept his fate, although he still didn't know why he attracted so much attention. Walking on the road to the health center, Noah suddenly saw two girls supporting each other. Ouch, it hurts. Who told you to run so fast? I thought I was late. Seriously, when will you stop sleeping so soundly in the morning? Hearing this, Noah stopped in his tracks, rubbed his nose, and walked toward the two girls supporting each other. Do you need help? The two girls immediately jumped in fright and quickly turned around. When they saw Noah, they exclaimed in surprise. Teacher Noah, it really is Teacher Noah. For a moment, Noah really didn't know what to say. If possible, Noah really wanted to ask when his name was leaked and where did the news of him being a teacher come from. Even two random female students knew Noah. Was he that famous? However, Noah's intuition told him that it was better to ask less about this kind of thing. Otherwise, he would definitely lose something very important. Thus, Noah chose to ignore the two girls and looked at the ankle of one of the girls. Although there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, this girl's leg was slightly raised in the air and was trembling slightly. She didn't dare to step on the ground, so it was obvious that she had sprained it. If he continued to force himself to move like this, sooner or later, it would swell up, right? At that moment, Noah half knelt down and slowly placed the girl's foot on his knee. Don't move. Let me take a look. Hearing this, the girl immediately froze. She didn't even dare to move. Noah used his hand to press on the other party's ankle a few times. When Noah pressed on one of the ankle positions on the knee, the girl softly cried out as if she felt pain. Noah secretly nodded and pressed his hand on it. While gently massaging, he quietly extracted a trace of magic from his body and injected it into the hand that was pressing on the girl's ankle. If Noah knew magic or magic specifically used for healing, then he could make other people's injuries get better in minutes. Unfortunately, Noah didn't learn any magic or magic for healing. However, the use of magic was very broad. The vitality and recovery of people who had magic were much stronger than ordinary people. This proved that magic was directly linked to vitality. Therefore, if he directly used magic to heal others, it would more or less increase their recovery. For small injuries like sprains and abrasions, it wouldn't take long to recover. In the past, in the world of the Dark Bullet, when Noah was taking care of the children of the cursed child, he also used this method to treat injured and sick children. In addition, the cursed child originally obtained a super strong regenerative ability because of the protozoan virus in their body. With this combination, any small illness or injury could be immediately recovered. After a while, Noah stopped and clapped his hands. Okay, try and see if it still hurts. Yes. The girl carefully tapped the ground with the tip of her foot, and then a surprised expression appeared on her face. After her foot directly stomped on the ground a few times, she said happily, It doesn't hurt anymore. Really? The other girl who had been supporting the girl was also surprised. It's healed so quickly? It's just a slight sprain. It's not a big deal. Noah stood up and reminded them. Although it's healed, still be careful not to overdo it. It's very likely that it will trigger an old injury. Do you understand? The two girls nodded repeatedly, looking at Noah with twinkling little stars in their eyes. Under the gaze of the two girls, Noah turned around and was shocked when he saw the scene around him. He didn't know when it started, but he was surrounded by students from the school. Almost all of them were girls. When they looked at Noah, their eyes were sparkling like the two girls. The new teacher is so gentle, really, and so amazing. He healed the injury in an instant, and so handsome. That's right. Such discussions began to sound from all around. Noah could not help but be shocked by the scene in front of him and took 2 steps back. Then, he realized that his actions were inappropriate and smiled at the girls around him. As a result, the girls around him screamed, "Look, look, the teacher is smiling at me." Liar. Undoubtedly, he's smiling at me. No, he's smiling at me. He's smiling at me. He's smiling at me. He's smiling at me. It's me. Things seemed to be developing in a strange direction. Noah, who encountered this situation for the first time, felt his head begin to hurt again. He quickly turned around and ran in the direction of the infirmary like he was escaping. Now, Noah could finally be sure. If it was not that the girls in this school were too bad, then it was that the girls in normal high schools all over the world were bad. Stud King Academy, infirmary. Sitting in front of the desk in the infirmary, Noah endured the weakness in his body while sighing at the third-grade girl sitting across from him. She was blushing and looking at him. Then, "Student, were you feeling unwell?" Teacher. The girl who seemed to be in the third grade seemed to have been waiting for a long time and said shyly, I feel that my head has been hurting recently, especially when I stay up late." "Then don't stay up late." Noah really wanted to say this, but in the end, he suppressed it and squinted his eyes. The third grade is a very important stage. After all, you're about to graduate and enter a higher school. I know that third-grade students have a hard time, but you can't stay up late. It's better to sleep early at night. I'll give you some medicine to help you sleep at night. If you can maintain a routine, then you'll be fine. "Yes, teacher." The third-grade girl nodded and got up excitedly. She ran out of the infirmary as if she did not have a headache at all. Not long after, outside the infirmary, Noah heard the girl's excited voice and a group of envious girls. Hearing this, Noah felt even more powerless. When he saw the situation outside the infirmary, he almost collapsed on the ground. This was because outside the infirmary, there was a long line that went straight to the end of the hallway. And all of the people in the line were girls. "Teacher, I just sprained my foot." "Undoubtedly, I saw you running in." "Teacher, my hand is scratched. Look, it's bruised." "That's just the dust on the wall, right?" "Teacher, I feel like I'm sick. But I see that you're quite energetic, aren't you?" "Teacher, I'm also lovesick." "Then you should be looking for your boyfriend, right? What are you doing here?" "Teacher, please marry me." "Looks like you really need to let me take a look." "Come, put your head over here. Let me see if there's a puncture." Similar scenes kept repeating in the infirmary. What's wrong with the girls in this school? Just when Noah could not help but close the door, a cold and majestic voice sounded. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 578. What are you doing here? Under such a cold and dignified voice, the noisy corridor instantly quieted down. Immediately, Ji Chi-chong Na slowly walked from the other side of the corridor with Zhuang Ji. His sharp eyes, wearing glasses, scanned the surroundings. "Don't you know that your noise has affected the normal class?" The group of female students gathered outside the infirmary immediately looked at each other. "It's almost time for class. You all gathered here. Are you planning to skip class?" Ji Chi-chong Na pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said indifferently, "If that's the case, then please come with me to the student union. I will ask the student union to invite your class teacher." The surrounding female students finally began to retreat as they shouted in unison, "Sorry, Mr. President." Then, all the girls gathered outside the health room, scattered like birds and beasts. That scene was exactly the same as when Noah was still in the world of the Night of the Sorcerers, and the group of boys in San E High School who loved to court death was scattered by Ching Zi's roar. Noah couldn't help but laugh. "Sorry, teacher." Then, Ji Chi-chong now walked into the health room with Zhuang Ji and bowed to Noah to apologize. "The students in the school have caused you trouble. Shouldn't those students be the ones apologizing?" Noah waved his hand. "The student union president has no reason to apologize, right?" However, Ji Chi-chong Na said this. "But I'm a student union president in this school. I have the obligation to be responsible for the students' troublesome behavior." Hearing this, Noah directly replied, "But I'm also a teacher in this school. Being troubled by a group of cute students is also a teacher's obligation, right?" This time, Ji-Chi Na did not know what to say and sighed. Teacher, you are so gentle to girls that you cause this kind of trouble. Noah asked strangely. Where did this come from? The new healthcare teacher is a very gentle and considerate person. He is also very handsome. Zhuang Ji, who was standing behind Ji-Chi Song, suddenly said. The news has already spread throughout Chariot King Academy. Perhaps the news of the teacher treating the girl who sprained her ankle on the main road of the school this morning has spread out. Chi-Chu Song-na added. That's why all the girls in the school gathered in the infirmary just to take a look at you. I knew it. Noah rubbed his forehead and sighed. I just did what I should have done. Why is the rumor so exaggerated? Teacher's age is only 2 or 3 years younger than us students. To us students, it's actually within the category that we can get close to. Moreover, this is also a teacher's popularity. It's a good thing to be welcomed by everyone. Ji Tsiu-tsang smiled faintly. However, if it's possible, it's better for teacher to decisively reject when the time is right. Like just now, many of the girls clearly didn't come with the intention of seeing a doctor. At this time, teachers should chase them out. Otherwise, it will only cause more trouble in the future. Thank you for your kind suggestion. Noah shrugged helplessly. I will do as you say in the future. That's good. Cho Kang-ya nodded. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Noah and leave, behind him, Zhuang Ji suddenly called out to Cho Kang-ya softly and gestured to a corner of Noah's desk. Ji-Chi Tsang-na followed Zhuang Ji's gaze and looked at Noah's desk. In the next second, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Noah naturally sensed the strangeness of Ji-Chu Tsang-na. After glancing to the side, a hint of understanding and a faint smile flashed across his eyes. On the side of Noah's desk, there was a leaflet with a magic formation engraved on it. It was the same size and shape as a card. That was the leaflet used to summon demons. Yesterday, after Kitten helped Noah move the furniture, she left this leaflet and told Noah that if he had any wishes, he could summon them at any time. As for the price to pay for the demons to fulfill their wishes, it was the same as before. It was calculated according to the size and value of the wish. Noah felt that it would be useful to summon these demons to help him, so he kept them. Anyway, the price was not very high. At least, yesterday, after Kitten helped Noah move the furniture, the reward she asked for was a lot of snacks that Noah bought from the supermarket in the apartment. So, it was fine to just treat the summoning of demons as the house of everything. However, now, this leaflet attracted Ji-Chi Tsang-na's attention. Noah had already guessed that Ji-Chi Tsang-na was a demon like Kitten. Not only Ji-Chi Tsang-na, but even Zhuang Ji behind Ji-Chi Tsang-na was a demon. However, looking at Ji-Chi Tsang-na's reaction, it seemed that Ji-Chi Tsang-na did not know that he summoned Kitten last night. Could it be that the demon's work was not related to each other? Noah asked, even though he already knew the answer. What's wrong? Student Union President? Here, teacher. Ji-Chi Tsang-na stepped forward and picked up the leaflet, looking straight at Noah. This leaflet is? Well, it's something interesting. Noah closed his eyes and put on a mischievous smile. A cute little girl gave it to me. It seems to be useful, so I kept it. Is that so? Ji-Chi Tsang-na's eyes flickered a few times and returned to normal after a while. He put the leaflet back and smiled at Noah. Teacher, please don't lose it. Of course, Noah replied with a smile. Why? Is the president interested in this? A little. After Kang-na Ji said this, he retreated and bowed slightly. Then, we'll take our leave. Take care. Noah nodded and did not say anything else. He glanced at Zhuang Ji, who was staring at him from behind Ji-Chi Tsang-na, and leaned back in his chair with a smile. He started flipping through a book. Ji-Chi Tsang-na walked out of the infirmary with Zhuang Ji. He lowered his head as he walked toward his classroom. His bright glasses reflected a dazzling light. It seems that Lia's is really taking action. I'll just sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor, and wait for her conclusion. Just as Ji-Chi Tsang-na said, Noah's name had spread throughout the Cult King Academy in just a day. Now, as long as it was free time, every girl group that had gathered together would discuss Noah. This caused the news of a very handsome very elegant, very gentle, and very considerate teacher to spread like wildfire. And it was very exaggerated. The students who had stayed in the academy for a long time knew that a person who could become famous in just a day would definitely be a famous person in the academy in the future. Like Lia's and Ji Chi-tsang-na, as well as the famous people in the first, second, and third years had all gone through such a period. Now, they were all well-known people in the academy. Noah was lucky enough to be one of them. However, among the teachers, it seemed that Noah was the only one who received such treatment. That was probably the same as what Chokang said. Because Noah was only 2 or 3 years older than the students in this school, he didn't give the students too much of a sense of distance. Of course, under such circumstances, the fact that Noah could become a teacher at his age, which should have caused a sensation, was drowned out by the group of girls. Very few people mentioned it. Just like that, Noah spent his second day in Chariot King Academy amid the hustle and bustle of school life. Since there might be students who needed treatment even after school ended, Noah couldn't leave right after school was over. He had to wait until the gates were about to close before he could pack up and leave. That was why it was already evening when Noah came out of the infirmary. Almost all the students in the academy had left, and he didn't see a single person. Noah smiled bitterly as he recalled the day's events as he walked out of the academy. But just as he was about to step out of the gates, he suddenly paused and raised an eyebrow. Whoosh! At the same time, a figure burst out of the bushes nearby. Chapter 579. Whoosh! Like a ferocious beast, the man in black, who was wearing a cloak and whose face was tightly covered by the hood of the cloak, and holding a wooden saber in his hand, shot out of the bushes at a speed that made people feel dizzy and rushed towards Noah's direction. Whoosh! At the next moment, the black-clothed man whose entire body was almost completely hidden in the cloak raised the wooden blade in his hand. Accompanied by the sound of wind tearing, he slashed fiercely in Noah's direction amidst the whistling of the wind. He flew out of the bushes and then violently shot to Noah's side, raising the saber and chopping down. Throughout the whole process, the man in black's performance was extremely smooth, without any sense of stagnation. It made people feel that less than a second had passed, and the wooden saber, which carried the whistling sound of wind, chopped towards Noah, which was very shocking. Noah, who had also diligently practiced swordsmanship since childhood, could tell at a glance that the man in black in front of him was very exquisite in swordsmanship. Even though he was not as talented as Tony, who specialized in swordsmanship and had extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, the man in black's swordsmanship attainments were probably not far from Alush's, and probably on par with Electra's and Liliana's. Compared to swordsmanship, the man in black's speed was more shocking. However, no matter what, he still could not shake Noah. Noah, who had already sensed the movement in the bushes and the aura of the man in black, had already moved when the man in black raised the wooden saber over his head. Therefore, when the man in black's wooden saber chopped down with a whistling sound of wind, Noah had already unknowingly taken a step to the side. Whoosh! The violent wooden saber chopped down with a whistling sound and fell in the position where Noah was just a moment ago. It brushed past Noah's shoulder and then fell into the air. Almost at the moment when the wooden saber fell, Noah stretched out his hand and gently put it on the back of the wooden saber, pressing down the man in black's wooden saber. He raised his eyes, gazing at the man in black's face hidden in the cloak, and smiled indifferently. Since you want to attack, then don't use a wooden saber. How about directly attacking with a real sword? The only part of the black-clothed man's chin that was exposed moved slightly. His expression seemed to have changed, but he quickly recovered. He tightly gripped the wooden blade in his hand and viciously slashed at Noah's waist. Whoosh! With another sharp sound of wind, the wooden saber drew a flat trajectory in the air in the space in front of the man in black. However, this blow still fell into the air. With a thud sound, Noah tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped away. Taking advantage of the fact that the man in black was about to execute a horizontal slash, he retreated rapidly to the back. While nimbly leaping backward step by step, he deliberately commented with skill and ease. No matter if it's attack speed or movement speed, they're both very impressive. Your swordsmanship isn't bad either. However, your sword is telling me that you're holding back. Otherwise, that wooden blade wouldn't pause for about 0.7 seconds every time before it attacks. Or are you just playing around? Or are you testing me? The man in black was silent. After a while, he threw away the wooden saber in his hand and stretched out his hand, reaching under his cloak. At the waist of the man in black, a sheathed sword was hidden in the cloak. Only now did it poke its head out, and the man in black grasped it and slowly pulled it out. The sharp sword body shone with a dazzling arc light, and the cold edge slowly flowed on the sharp blade, making the rays of the setting sun emit a blood-red color, which made people's hair stand on end. There was no doubt that it was a real sword. Oh, do you intend to use your real strength directly? Noah narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Then, why don't you be more straightforward and use your full strength? The man in black was still silent and only tightly grasped the hilt of the sharp sword in his hand, and his body slightly leaned forward. Clatter! The next moment, the crisp sound of footsteps sounded, and the whistling sound of the human body charging forward also sounded. The man in black directly disappeared. That was a super high speed that even the naked eye could not catch up with. Clang! Immediately, the sound of gold and iron clashing, followed by a burst of sparks from the friction, reverberated. That was the sound of the man in black's sword landing on a short weapon in Noah's hand at some point in time. No, that short thing that was about the size of a palm could not even be called a weapon, because it was just a fountain pen. Seeing that his sword attack was blocked by a fountain pen, the black-clothed man was shocked. Amazing speed. Holding the fountain pen, Noah, who blocked the man in black's slash through the sparks that constantly rubbed against each other, shot his gaze directly at the man in black, and the corner of his mouth curved upwards. Unfortunately, if it's just fast speed, there are many ways to deal with it. After finishing his words, Noah turned the fountain pen in his hand, as if he was trying to pry open something, and fiercely knocked it upwards. Clang! The man in black's sword suddenly, as if it was suddenly flicked away, and uncontrollably rose upwards. In the next moment, Noah directly raised the fountain pen in his hand, and without even removing the pen cap, suddenly stabbed it, and fiercely pierced the man in black's chest. Dong! A sound that was not so much of a stab from the fountain pen, but more of a sound that was like being hit by a blunt object, came from the man in black's chest. Goo-woo! The man in black spat out a bitter sound, and his body seemed to have been hit by something heavy and flew out, smashing onto the ground. Rubbing against the ground, he awkwardly rolled a distance of more than 10 meters before he flipped over, stabilized his body, and knelt on the ground with one knee. Cough, cough, cough. Unstoppable coughs came from the man in black's mouth that was hidden under the cloak, and he clutched his chest as if he was in great pain. Seeing this, Noah withdrew the fountain pen that he stabbed out. Looking carefully, the surface of the fountain pen was actually covered with lines that looked like electric wiring. Those were the lines that were unique to the enhance magic. Through the enhance magic to strengthen its hardness, that short fountain pen was able to block the slash of a sharp sword. Otherwise, even if Noah was able to react in time and use the fountain pen to block, the fountain pen would have been directly cut in half. Of course, only Noah knew the secret behind this. The man in black, who did not notice this abnormality, only thought that Noah used a fountain pen to block his full-strength blow, and even gave him a heavy blow. While he was still catching his breath, he was still in shock. Testing up to here should be enough, right? Noah looked straight at the man in black kneeling on the ground, and the fountain pen in his hand kept spinning. Who are you? With that kind of swordsmanship and speed, you can't be an ordinary person, right? The man in black's coughing stopped abruptly, as if he was forcefully holding back. He raised his head, and under the cloak, his gaze was cast on Noah. Noah could clearly feel the uncertainty in his eyes. After a while, the man in black seemed to have given up on something. He sighed, stood up, and opened his mouth. However, just as the man in black was about to say something, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. "What? What's going on?" Hearing this voice, Noah and the man in black were shocked at the same time. They turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. They saw that at the side of the school gate, there was a boy in uniform carrying a school bag. After saying this in surprise, he saw the sword in the man in black's hand, which was shining with a cold light. Immediately, the boy took a step back, then turned around and ran desperately out of the school. "Not good." The man in black finally spoke, but his voice was filled with anxiety. He lifted his foot, wanting to chase in the direction of the boy who was running away. However, at the same time, a fountain pen fiercely pierced towards him, causing the man in black to reflexively stop his body and dodge to the side, avoiding the fountain pen that was thrusting towards him. Then, a hand grabbed the man in black's neck, forcibly choking him, and lifted him up. Ugh! The man in black held on to Noah's hand that was choking his neck and struggled in pain. However, Noah tightly choked the man in black's neck, and his eyes became somewhat cold. "Are you trying to attack my student in front of me?" The man in black kept struggling, as if he was really in pain. "Hey!" At this time, a voice that was not at all high and low came from behind Noah. A delicate fist rubbed against the air and heavily smashed towards Noah's back. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind, Noah frowned, released the man in black's neck, and dodged. Chapter 580. Bam! When Noah let go of the man's neck, the man immediately fell to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing. In front of the man in black, a petite girl stood in front of the man in black, seemingly intending to protect him. She got into a fighting stance and stared at Noah. However, there was no vigilance in her expression. Instead, she was quite calm to the extent that it made people feel that she was emotionless. Noah had seen that kind of posture, that kind of performance last night, and it made his eyebrows twitch slightly. Kitten? The newcomer was Kitten of Tower City. Looking at Kitten's posture, it was obvious that she was in cahoots with the man in black. "I'm very sorry, Sensei. My servant seems to be a little rude to you. Please understand." In the next second, such an elegant and sweet voice echoed from behind Kitten and the man in black, drilling into Noah's ears. Not long after, a tall and slender girl with bright red hair walked over with an awe-inspiring and elegant gait. Beside him, there was a similarly tall and slender girl with long black hair that reached her waist. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she let it hang freely behind her. She gave off the aura of Yamato Nadako, and compared to the former, she was not the slightest bit inferior in terms of beauty. Noah had never seen the beautiful girl with the aura of Yamato Nadeshiko before, but he had heard some rumors in the past 2 days. In Full King Academy, the first and second most popular third-year girls were very close to each other. They were practically inseparable from each other on normal days. You could see these two girls together wherever you went. Just like the president and vice president of the student council, they were a rare combination of beauties. The first most popular was naturally Laius Jimenez, who had bright red hair and looked like a princess from a noble family. The second most popular was a girl with the aura of Yamato Nadeshiko, who had a nearly extinct, long black ponytail, Jurai Himashima. At this very moment, the most popular girl duo in Komoi Academy made their entrance valiantly, passing by Kitten and the man in black to arrive before Noah. Although he was not too surprised, Noah still frowned. "So it's you, Laius." Noah had a hunch when the man in black attacked him. It was probably someone sent by either Laius or Zaqueo to test him. That was because the man in black also had the aura of a demon. However, judging from the fact that Zaqueo did not know that he had summoned Kitten in the morning, the demons in the academy seemed to mind their own business. That was why Noah could not be sure that the man in black who attacked him had something to do with Laius or Zaqueo. Now Noah was sure. Not only the man in black, but even Kitten had a special relationship with Laius well. On the other hand, Zaqueo's childhood sweetheart, Laius, did not seem to be working with her. Kitten reported to me that Sensei seems to be quite skilled, so I asked Yudu to test him a little. I'm really sorry. Despite apologizing, Lia's expression was still as dignified as ever as she smiled fearlessly. Yudu, you should say hello to Sensei too. Hearing Laius's words, the man in black stood up from the ground and took off his cloak, revealing his face. That was actually a very handsome man with outstanding looks. I'm very sorry, Sensei. That was rude of me. He swiftly brandished his sword and sheathed it into the scabbard at his waist. The good-looking man then bowed at Noah. I'm Kiba Yudo, a second-year student. Nice to meet you. Kiba Yudo? Noah glanced at Laius, Jurai Himashima, Kitten Tashiro, and Kiba Yudo. I'm quite lucky today to meet the most popular students of each grade. Laius and Jurai Himashima were the top two most popular students in Komoi Academy, and were naturally the most popular third-year students in their respective grades. Kiba Yudo was the most popular second-year student, a very polite and good-looking man. Noah had heard about him before. As for little Kitten, she was a junior of the first grade. Due to her adorable appearance, the entire Coal King Academy treated her like a mascot and doted on her. Her popularity was also at the top of the first grade. The most popular first-year, second-year, and third-year students were now gathered in front of Noah. Noah did not say that he was surprised, but he was more or less sighing. After all, the most popular people in Komoi Academy were all demons. It seemed that the Coal King Academy wasn't as simple as it seemed. Aren't we honored as well? Laius, who appeared to be the leader of the group, replied to Noah with a shrug. We're quite lucky to have a face-to-face talk with a new teacher who captured the hearts of all the girls in the academy in less than 2 days. Noah's expression turned bitter, and he took a deep breath before glancing at Laius. I've finally forgotten about that. Can you please not bring it up? Miss Laius, you had your familiar send me flyers, you had me summon Kitten Tashiro, and now you've sent Kiba Yudo to test me. Are you that interested in me? Well, I'm sure you've seen the curiosity of high school girls in the last 2 days, sir. I'm one of them, so it's normal for me to be interested in you, isn't it? Laius put one hand on her hip and the other in front of her, as if she was a noble representative who was about to speak. Well then, let me reintroduce myself to you, sir. I am Laius Gimli, the next leader of the pure-blooded demon family, the Gimli family of the underworld. I'm a superior demon. Laius puffed out her voluptuous breasts, and her bright eyes met Noah's gaze. She was brimming with confidence and pride. As for the children beside me, they are my kin. Nice to meet you, Sensei Noah. Jurai Himajima crossed her hands in front of her and solemnly performed a Japanese salute. I am Jurai Himajima, Laius Gimli's kin. I've already introduced myself, but let me reintroduce myself. A polite smile appeared on Kiba Yudo's face. I am Kiba Yudo, Laius Gimli's kin. Me too. Kitten Tashiro lowered her head at Noah. I'm Kitten Tashiro, Laius Gimli's kin. Jurai, Yudo, and Kitten Tashiro. These children were originally humans, so you don't have to be surprised that there are so many demons in the academy, Sensei. Laius pursed her lips and smiled. In this academy, the only pure-blooded demons who were born as demons are me and Kana. The others are humans who were reincarnated into demons through our hands. I see. Noah calmly sorted out the information he received. So, Jurai, Kiba, and Kitten Tashiro claim to be your kin because you were the one who reincarnated them into demons, right? All reincarnated demons in this world are the kin of pure-blooded demons. After all, they're like second parents. You can understand it that way for now, Sensei. Laius' eyes flashed. Then, shouldn't you introduce yourself, Sensei? Me? Noah pointed at himself and asked knowingly. What else do I need to introduce myself? I'm just a normal teacher. At that, the smile on Laius' face slowly disappeared as she sighed. Although in the demon world, a demon of my age can only be considered a minor, teacher and my dependents are all very outstanding servants. Even if Yudu's strength can't compare to a superior demon, he's still much stronger than the average inferior demon. Such a Yudu can't even make teacher take him seriously. Do you think we'll still believe that such a person is an ordinary person? Lies aside, even Jurai, Yudo, and Kitten Tashiro became serious as they stared at Noah, as if trying to figure out something from Noah. Are you saying that I'm not human? Noah casually opened his hand as his voice echoed. Unfortunately, I'm neither a demon nor an angel. I'm a real human. Chapter 581. Behind Chariot King Academy, there was a lush forest. There was a building surrounded by trees in the middle of the forest. It was the old school building of Komodo Academy. The old school building was the former school building of Chariot King Academy. It wasn't exactly abandoned, but it wasn't in use either. It gave off a rather eerie feeling. It was one of the 7 incredible events that happened in every academy, and it was spread throughout the entire academy. However, although the exterior of this wooden school building was very old, the glass of the windows was very intact. At first glance, there was no obvious damage. Although it was old, it could not be considered as a dilapidated building. Of course, the interior of the building was even more so. Not only were the corridors very clean, even the unused classrooms were spotless. The scene of cobwebs and layers of dust that one would expect to see didn't appear. This told others that this place was often cleaned. In such a school building, there was a spacious room. It was a room with mysterious words written in every corner of the room. And in the center of the room was a huge magic circle that took up most of the space. It looked rather eerie. In addition, there were only a few sofas and a luxurious desk in this room. The interior was equipped with a lot of commonly used furniture, such as a table placed in the middle of the sofa, a lamp, a chandelier, and an inner bathroom. It dispelled a lot of the strange atmosphere that permeated the air. In fact, the room was the activity area of Komodo Academy's Supernatural Research Department. Led by Leah's, the Jamonli family members were all members of the department, and Leah's was the department's minister. At this time, the sky was almost dark. However, there were quite a lot of people in the Supernatural Research Department's activity area. Jurai Himashima came to the sofa with a cup of hot tea and put it on the table in front of Noah, who was sitting on the sofa. Please have some tea, sensei. Thank you. Noah did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the cup of hot tea and took a sip. He then held the cup in his hand and looked across. There, Leah's was sitting on the sofa, facing off against Noah. Jurai Himashima returned to Leah's side after making tea for Noah and stood behind her, closest to the sofa. Beside her, Shiba Yudo and Tashiro Kitten stood side by side. The difference in status could be seen from the scene. All right, Leah's, Noah said uninterestedly as he sipped his tea. You went through so much trouble to test me and invite me here. That's enough of a show. Shouldn't we get to the point? I didn't do that on purpose. Leah's frowned unhappily, but recovered in the next second and looked straight at Noah. This Coal King Academy is run by the Jamonli family. It's also my territory in the human world. To be honest, with someone like Sensei suddenly barging in, we have to be on guard, right? According to what you're saying, aren't the students and teachers in this school trespassing into your territory? Noah said without changing his expression. Are you still on guard against all the students and teachers in this academy, Leah's? Sensei, you should know what I mean. Can you stop beating around the bush? Leah's beautiful brows furrowed even tighter. You should know that I'm not on guard against the students and teachers who come to this academy to study and work, but the powerful ones who come to this academy to study and work. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that I didn't sense the presence of demons, angels, or fallen angels on you, we would have treated you as an intruder and eliminated you directly. Leah's beautiful eyes stared straight at Noah as a faint magical aura began to emanate from her body. But just like you said, you're just a human. My territory has never prohibited humans from entering, just like the students and teachers in this academy. That's a little difficult to deal with. That's why we hope that you can cooperate with us. At least that way, there won't be any conflict. Noah's expression remained unchanged when he heard that, but deep down, he already had a good impression of Leah's. Before the official negotiation began, Noah had learned a lot of information from Kitten and Shiba Yudo during their casual conversation. Demons were not the only ones in this world. Even the angels and fallen angels in the Bible existed. It was said that the demons and fallen angels have been fighting each other since ancient times in order to dominate the underworld, which was also what humans called hell. The underworld was roughly divided into two sides. One side was the territory of demons, and the other was the territory of fallen angels. In order to monopolize the underworld and hold the ruling rights of the entire underworld in their hands, demons and fallen angels have been fighting for territory since ancient times like two countries, but neither could do anything to the other. With the God in the Bible as their leader, the angels in the heavenly realm also regarded demons and fallen angels as targets that must be eradicated. As a result, the three factions, demons, angels, and fallen angels, formed a tripartite balance and continued to fight, even until now. Compared to the so-called demons, angels, and fallen angels, the powerless humans were undoubtedly too weak. That was why Leah's could allow humans to study and work in her territory as they wished. However, if other demons, angels, or fallen angels were to barge in, it would be considered as trespassing unless they had Leah's permission. At that time, Leah's would do her best to expel the enemy, or even eliminate them completely. Noah was a human, which was just within Leah's tolerance range. However, Noah possessed powerful abilities that ordinary humans could not possess. That was why Leah had to be careful, and that was nothing out of the ordinary. However, Noah was still a human in the end. No matter how powerful he was, Leah's could completely mobilize the demon's forces to encircle and annihilate Noah. She did not need to be wary of major factions like angels and fallen angels. So why was there a need to say so much? Now, Leah's took the initiative to say that she did not want to have a conflict. That proved that Leah's nature was not bad, and she did not look down on humans as a superior pure-blooded demon. Instead, she chose to talk to Noah as an equal. At this time, if Noah still did not give her face, he would not be able to get through it. But as you said, I'm just a human. Even if I have power, I only represent myself. Humans don't even know about the existence of demons, let alone forming a faction to fight against demons, right? Noah said straightforwardly. Or do you think that I'm an enemy sent by the angels or fallen angels? Miss Leah's? No, be it angels or fallen angels. Humans under their control have the right to exercise the power of light, and there is no aura of light on you. Leah's stroked her chin and muttered, there is no power bestowed by demons, angels, or fallen angels. Although it does not prove that you're not related to any of them, at least we know that you have power as a pure human. So there are a lot of things to consider. No matter what the considerations are, Miss Leah's, I understand that you have your own concerns. But I'm only here to be a teacher, and I don't have as complicated considerations as you. Noah sighed. So, as you said, in order to avoid conflict, as long as you give me a non-exclusive explanation, it's not impossible for me to cooperate with you. That's easy. Leah's expression relaxed, and a beautiful smile reappeared on her face. First of all, I hope you can allow me to investigate your identity. Hearing this, Noah was a little surprised. Did you not investigate my identity when you were interested in me before? At that time, I had already decided to get in touch with you first, so I didn't do anything rude. Now that I think about it, it's great that I didn't do that. Leah smiled. It's fine now, right? All right. Noah spread his hands helplessly. Although Noah's identity could not be said to be flawless, he did not come into contact with any demons, angels, or fallen angels. Since he did not do it, she could not investigate. That was the main thing Leah's was worried about, and there was no harm in letting her investigate. However, Leah's next sentence really stunned Noah. Then, we hope to send someone here to live with you temporarily, Leah said seriously. Right, how about Kitten? Huh? Noah was stunned. Chapter 582. The skies soon turned dark. Noah, who had just walked out of Cold King Academy, turned around and glanced at the academy that was gradually darkening under the night sky. Then, he turned his gaze to his side and sighed helplessly. Why did things turn out this way? It's Minister Liath's order. Kitten, who was carrying a backpack like a primary school student, walked slowly beside Noah and looked straight ahead. Her monotonous voice was unsure if she was answering Noah's question or muttering to herself. Since it's an order, I have to obey. That being said, there was no way the kitten did not know why Leah wanted her to live with Noah. Since she did not know if Noah was really related to demons, angels, or fallen angels, it was necessary for Liath to be cautious. Putting Kitten beside Noah, to put it nicely, was to have her kin witness that Noah did not intend to do anything strange. To put it bluntly, it was actually surveillance. If Noah had not shown the ability to easily defeat Kibayudo, Liath would not have treated him so cautiously. However, Noah just so happened to possess this level of strength. As the secret controller of Colt King Academy and the next leader of a pure-blooded demon family, Liath naturally had to pay attention to the uncertain factor that was Noah so that the angels and the fallen angels would not take advantage of her. After all, she was the next leader of a demon noble, and being cautious was necessary. Noah understood Leah's concerns, and he also understood why Leah sent the kitten to his side. She was probably afraid that Noah would be disgusted by such blatant surveillance. So she chose Kitten, who was in contact with Noah and was somewhat familiar with him, to take on the responsibility. It was exactly the same as when Erica and Liliana came to Noah's side as his followers, was it not? The difference was that Erica and Liliana came to Noah because they were afraid that Noah would mess up Italy, while Kitten came to Noah because she was afraid that Noah would harm Leah. Both of them were not for themselves, but for others. Then, even if Noah wanted to make trouble, he couldn't make trouble for these people who came to his side. Teacher, I hope you don't blame Minister Lias. The kitten seemed to have sensed Noah's inner thoughts. She raised her head and stared at Noah with her big, watery eyes. Her heart was shaking like waves. Minister Lias is the next head of the house of Gimli. There are many things to consider, and many things are not voluntary. Please believe me, the minister is a very good person. Being stared at by the kitten with such pitiful eyes, Noah almost couldn't help but relax. However, what the kitten said was true. Although Noah suppressed Kibayudo, Kibayudo was just a low-level demon. For the higher-level demons of the underworld, suppressing a low-level demon was nothing at all. In other words, Lias only felt that Noah had a certain level of strength, but did not know what Noah's true strength was. Under such circumstances, who would think that a human could resist a demon family? So, if it were another demon, they would probably use their own power to eliminate Noah, the unknown factor, right? But she did not do that. Instead, she went to great lengths to avoid conflict using all kinds of means. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a good person. It was also because of this that Noah could not make trouble for her. If the other party was a rude devil who wanted to attack him without a care in the world, Noah would definitely kill the other party without leaving a single piece of armor behind. If the other party was a person who did one thing on the surface and another in secret and had some kind of scheme against Noah, Noah would let them have a taste of their own medicine. But Lias did so much without any malicious intent. She just wanted to avoid conflict with Noah as much as possible and settle things amicably. If that was the case, what reason would Noah have to make trouble for her? What Noah did not know was that it was the same for Lias. If Noah came to Komodo Academy with ulterior motives, Lias would definitely wipe him out without mercy. If Noah came to Komodo Academy specifically to deal with Lias, she would not hesitate to attack him as well. The problem was that Noah was only a teacher in the academy, and the students were saying that the teacher was very gentle and considerate. He even went easy on Kibayudo, and even stopped Kibayudo because he thought that Kibayudo was going to attack a witness who appeared out of nowhere. That meant that Lias had no reason to attack him directly. In other words, be it Noah or Lias, they were the type who would only act decisively against those with ill intentions. However, Noah and Laius would show equal kindness to others when they were being kind. From that point of view, Noah and Laius were the same type of people. I'm not blaming your minister. Noah scratched his cheek as the kitten stared at him. I'm just thinking that your minister is letting a cute girl like you live under the same roof with a guy like me. Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to you? Hearing this, the kitten's big, watery eyes, which were staring at Noah, narrowed. Don't have any unhealthy thoughts. If I really had any unhealthy thoughts, I wouldn't have said it. Noah's mouth twitched. Must you interpret my words that way? Don't worry. The kitten looked forward again and threw out this sentence without turning its head. I'm very strong. In other words, if Noah did have any unhealthy thoughts, I'll beat you up, the kitten said it out loud. Is that so? The kitten's words triggered the strong part of Noah's heart, and Noah glanced at the kitten. Even if you want to beat me up, it's still a question whether you're a match for me. The kitten turned around and looked at Noah with eyes full of rebuttal, as if she did not believe him. Noah could not help but remind her. Look, that Kibiyudo is not a match for me either. Yoda's senpai did not show his true strength. The kitten could not help but retort. If Yoda's senpai shows his true strength, he will definitely not lose to you. Even so, kitten, are you confident that you can beat me? Noah said with a smile, which made the kitten's eyes show a trace of annoyance. I'm confident that you can't resist. Do you want to try? The kitten suddenly looked at Noah for a while, then sped up, past Noah, and walked in the direction of Noah's apartment, leaving only such a sentence. I will definitely beat up that teacher who has such unhealthy and dirty thoughts. Listening to the kitten's unyielding words, looking at the kitten's petite back that gradually disappeared, Noah pointed to his forehead with his finger, but the corners of his mouth slowly raised. Very well, then I'll play with you, kitten. After that, Noah's mood seemed to have become a lot happier, and he also quickened his pace, walking in the direction of his apartment. As a man, Noah was also the kind of person who did not often cook. When he was young, he almost ordered whatever he wanted to eat in the guild. When he grew up, he had a typical wife and mother like Mira, so Noah was not reduced to the point where he needed to cook. In the world of the Black Bullet, Noah was the shelter of the cursed child. Occasionally, he would cook by himself, but more often than not, he would just eat the ready-made food, such as ordering takeout. In the world of absolute dual blades, Hall-Lang Academy provided food and accommodation for free, so naturally, Noah did not need to cook by himself. In the world of the Night of the Sorcerer, because of the uniqueness of Qing Zi and Yu Zhu, Noah did cook, but he only lived for about a month, so the number of times he cooked was limited. As for the world of the Godslayer, it was needless to say, Liliana prepared everything, so why would Noah, the king, need to find food by himself? Therefore, Noah's cooking was not good, but not bad, and could be considered to be average. Even so, the kitten still finished the meal with relish and obediently clasped her hands together to express her gratitude. Thank you for your hospitality. It's just a simple meal. Noah nonchalantly cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. I'll take care of here. Kitten, you go take a shower first. As soon as he said this, the kitten immediately reacted. Chapter 583. Noah, who was cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks on the table, suddenly sensed a sharp gaze pressuring him. It stared intently at his body, causing him to be slightly startled. He turned his head and met that sharp gaze. Immediately, the scene of kittens staring at Noah with an expressionless and vigilant gaze was imprinted in Noah's eyes. Suddenly, Noah frowned and looked at his own body. Is there anything strange about my body? Seeing Noah frowning and looking at himself with a puzzled expression, Kitten's brows were also tightly knitted together. Her gaze was still fixed on Noah, as if trying to see through his disguise. Teacher, are you planning to do something? Hearing this, Noah almost slipped and fell. Why would you come to such a conclusion? Because didn't you say before that you want me to be irresistible? Kitten only filtered the above sentence in her heart, but she did not really say it out loud. looking at Noah's twitching mouth as if he couldn't stand it. The vigilance in little kitten's eyes slowly faded after she didn't notice anything unusual. It seems that I was too vigilant. Maybe the teacher was just joking. With that thought, Kitten stood up and politely bowed her head to Noah. Then I'll go wash up first. With that, Kitten turned around and stayed in the same place for a while. She turned her head and said with half-closed eyes, "If the teacher comes to peep, I'll hate you to death." Noah rolled his eyes and did not bother to explain. He just kept the tableware and walked towards the kitchen. The kitten nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the bathroom. After the change of clothes, Liath had just sent it over with a magic circle. It seemed that Liath really intended to let Kitten stay in Noah's house for the time being. She was not worried at all that Noah would do to Kitten. That was also because she trusted the kitten's ability and did not understand Noah's ability. After all, just as Kitten said, in the battle with Noah, Shiba Yudo did not show his true strength at all. No matter what, Kiba Yudo was a reincarnated demon. How could he only have extraordinary swordsmanship and extraordinary speed? Noah estimated that Kiba Yudo should still have some abilities that he had yet to use. He did not even use his demon magic power. He probably had not even used half of his strength, right? Noah, on the other hand, had only displayed his outstanding close combat ability from the beginning to the end. His use of enhanced magic was not discovered. Even if Noah had melee combat ability that could crush Shiba Yudo, the demons like Leah's thought that he could not be that strong since he did not have any special abilities. Therefore, he was relieved to let Kitten monitor Noah. Little did he know that this conjecture was truly wrong. Noah, who had put away the tableware in the kitchen, glanced at Kitten, who walked into the bathroom with an amused expression on his face. Even if you're a demon, you're still too young. As soon as he said that, Kitten's exclamation came from the bathroom. How? How could it be? Hearing the exclamation, Noah shrugged. After putting down the tableware, he walked toward the bathroom and opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, a gaze full of anger and annoyance was cast on Noah. Naturally, it was Kitten's gaze. At this moment, the little demon who had threatened to send Noah flying had several bandages hanging from the ceiling tightly wrapped around her limbs. She was hanging in the air with her arms and legs spread out. She struggled with her petite body while gritting her teeth and glaring at Noah with murderous eyes. Woo, I was careless. It's just a trap that couldn't be any simpler. You actually fell for it just like that, Kitten-chan. All the plans I prepared to make you submit were all for nothing. Noah teased Kitten with a grin. How is it? Didn't I say it would make you unable to resist? Woo. Kitten's eyes became sharper, and her slender and short limbs began to tighten. There was a trace of magic flowing in them. This kind of thing, I'll tear it off immediately. With such a sentence, Kitten tightened her limbs that were filled with magic, causing the bandages to make an unbearable sound. It was just some fragile bandages. If Kitten really wanted to break free, it was absolutely not difficult. Not to mention that Kitten was a demon with monstrous strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that those bandages were ordinary bandages. Whoa! Just as the kitten began to struggle seriously, the bandages that were tightly wrapped around the kitten's limbs trembled all over. Magic patterns that looked like electric wires appeared on the surface of the bandages. Under the strengthening of enhanced magic, the most ordinary of bandages suddenly became the strongest of restraints. Even if Kitten's monstrous strength tore them into a critical state where it would not be surprising if they were to break at any time, there was still not a single crack appearing. Seeing this scene, Kitten's pretty face that originally did not have a trace of emotion finally showed a trace of surprise. Magic! In the next moment, the surprise on Kitten's face turned into a solemn one, and the gaze that stared at Noah also carried a trace of malice. You're not an ordinary human, you're a mage. Hearing this, Noah spread his hands, as if he had already expected Kitten's reaction. When they were in the supernatural research department, Noah told Liesi that humans did not have any forces that could compete with demons, angels, or fallen angels. He intended to use this to convince Liesi. However, after that, Liesi also explained to Noah that this statement was actually a bit off. Among humans, There were also some individuals who were not ordinary and had the power to compete with demons, angels, and fallen angels. One of them was mages. In this world, magic power seemed to be a power exclusive to demons. Humans could not have it. Rather than calling it magic power, it was more appropriate to call it demonic power. Demons all had the privilege of using magic power. By imagining magic power, they could make it have various effects. Sometimes it was to turn magic power into fire. Sometimes it was to turn magic power into lightning. Or it could be used after transforming magic power into healing, hypnosis, defense, and other properties. In that case, demons could use magic power to make magic power have various effects. And humans also had similar powers. That was magic. The so-called magic was actually the power of analyzing demons' magic power into tactics that humans could use, allowing humans to exercise similar abilities to demons. Magic power and magic were similar, yet different things. Magic power was the power that demons relied on to trigger supernatural phenomena. Demons would transform their imagination into complex and powerful magic power, and then give the magic power various properties, such as fire, water, ice, thunder, healing, hypnosis, defense, and so on, so that they could exert the same effects as their properties. Magic, on the other hand, relied on the steps of using rituals and tactics to trigger supernatural phenomena. Unlike demons who could directly transform magic power into power with various effects, magic required the activation of magic arrays and the use of rituals or tactics to perform calculations before the corresponding effects and abilities could be exerted. Using the formula of arithmetic to make it clear, magic power was the direct result of 2, and magic was the power that had to go through the calculation of 1 plus 1 to obtain the result of 2. Originally, the origin of magic was to allow people other than demons to use their own tactics and rituals to use magic power similar to demons. However, now that all kinds of magic had appeared, some magic could even do things that demonic power, that is, magic power, cannot do. Of course, correspondingly, there are also magic powers that magic could not replace. For example, the characteristics and abilities of pure-blooded superior demon families were passed down from generation to generation. That was a special power that only the family could use. Magic cannot simulate it. Therefore, magic and magic power were similar yet different powers. In Noah's current situation, in this world, the magic power in his body could no longer be called magic power. It was an existence like magic power or mana. With such power, Noah could no longer be considered an ordinary human. Noah deceived Lilith. Chapter 584. Noah had lied to Leah. Noah could read the message from the cat's sinister gaze. In this regard, Noah just said indifferently, "What? Are mages not considered humans?" The kitten couldn't help but be speechless, unable to say anything to refute. Humans naturally could not become less human just because they could use demonic magic. However, mages could not be normal humans either. To demons, humans were extremely weak and powerless individuals. But among mages, there were some who stood out and could even rival superior demons. Those were not humans that demons could treat as weak and powerless individuals. Therefore, from the perspective of demons, humans and human mages were two completely different concepts. If Leah had known that Noah was a mage, she probably would not have simply sent the cat to Noah's residence, who was likely to be an enemy. At that moment, the cat clenched her teeth in regret. Undoubtedly, Minister Leah has chosen to trust you. Is there a problem with your chief Laius choosing to trust me? Noah reminded him with a strange expression. I didn't say that I could use magic or anything like that, but I'm not lying either. I'm just a normal teacher at Full King Academy. You don't mean that I have to hurt your minister just because I'm a mage, do you? Noah reached out and patted the cat's smooth, pretty face. Or rather, if I really wanted to harm your minister, I wouldn't have used magic in front of you so easily. Instead, I would have hidden it and only used it when I could deliver a fatal blow to Miss Leah. That would have been the end of it. Hearing this, the kitten fell silent. After a while, the kitten said this with an uncertain tone. You really don't want to harm Minister Leah? All right. If you find it hard to believe, I'll be frank with you. Noah sighed helplessly and looked up, a glint flashing in his dark, deep eyes. Leah Jaimanri is no match for me. If I wanted to harm her, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Do you understand? The cat wanted to refute when she heard that. However, from Noah's extremely calm smile, the kitten keenly felt a chill run from the soles of its feet to its back, then from its back to the top of its head, causing the kitten's scalp to feel numb. Instinct told the cat, that was 100% accurate. If this man really wanted to harm Leah, then Leah Jaimanri would vanish from this world in no time at all. However, in the next moment, the calm smile on Noah's face was replaced by a sinister smile. The chill and disbelief that made the cat's scalp tingle disappeared without a trace. I just want to prove that I can really make you unable to resist. Noah continued to pat the cat's face with a smile. If you admit your teacher's ability now, I'll put you down. How about it? Noah's teasing words made the cat's uncertain mood turn into anger. The cat took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, and tightened her limbs. The bandages wrapped around the cat's short limbs immediately tightened again, making a sound as if they could not bear the burden. However, with the help of enhanced magic, no matter how hard the cat tried, she still could not tear the bandages apart. Seeing this, Noah felt bored. Kitten, I didn't expect you to have such a competitive and unyielding nature when you look so cold. You really are like a wild cat. The cat glared at Noah and continued to struggle, silently expressing her resistance. Speaking of which, Kitten seems to hate things about sex, right? Noah's eyes turned, and for some reason, an expression that made the cat a little timid appeared on his face. Tell me, what should I do for a cute girl who can't resist at all in front of me? As he said that, Noah gently put a hand on the cat's exposed thigh. At the same time, an indescribable feeling came from his hand, and at the same time, the cat felt her whole body tremble. Then, Noah's hand slowly moved up her smooth thigh, making Kitten's heart skip a beat. She clenched her teeth tightly, and even her voice trembled a little. You, worker teacher. You've been treating me as a worker teacher from the beginning, haven't you? Noah responded with a bright smile that did not contain the slightest bit of malice. Since you've already treated me as a worker teacher, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to do some worker work? While speaking, Noah's hand had already slid down the cat's slender thigh to the corner of the cat's skirt. If it went any further, it would really reach the cat's skirt. The cat glared at Noah in anger. Even the usually emotionless face had a hint of anger, but more than that, her face was flushed with embarrassment. But even so, the cat did not intend to admit defeat. That was not only because of Noah's bad behavior, but also because of the cat's inner feelings. The cat was telling Noah, no matter what Noah planned to do, the cat in Pagoda City would not compromise, including if Noah really intended to attack Leah. Obviously, Kitten still didn't choose to believe Noah's words 100%. As expected, you're a wild cat that's hard to tame. To think that Lias could take you in as her kin and keep you so loyal. The mischievous smile on Noah's face completely disappeared. He rolled his eyes and withdrew his hand that was stroking the kitten's thigh. All right. Consider it my loss. It was just a joke. You actually took it so seriously. I'm convinced. With that, Noah turned around and walked out of the bathroom. Pa. Almost at the same time, when Noah turned around and walked out of the bathroom, the enhanced magic lines on the bandages disappeared. With a crisp cracking sound, Kitten neatly tore them apart. The kitten landed on the ground again. First, she glanced at the door of the bathroom. Then, she looked at the torn bandages hanging on her body and fell silent. After a long time, a murmur echoed in the bathroom. What a strange teacher. Time slowly passed by. Not long after, the lights in every room in the apartment were turned off one by one. The light in Noah's room also dimmed at some point. In the dim room, Noah was sleeping on the bed on the ground. His hands were on the pillow, and his head was on his hands. He looked at the ceiling and suddenly spoke. "Are you asleep?" Noah did not get a response. However, the bed that originally belonged to Noah wriggled a little and told Noah the answer. This made Noah more or less helpless. "Are you still angry?" Noah still did not get any response to this question. After a while, a muffled response came from the bed that just wriggled a little. "Worker teachers are the most annoying." Okay. Whatever you say," Noah said perfunctorily. Then, his eyes flashed as he asked a question. "Hey, kitten, why did you reincarnate as a demon?" This sentence was exchanged for an indescribable silence. Although Noah knew that his overly abrupt question might not get any response, he did not expect that it would make the atmosphere so heavy. Just when Noah was about to change the topic, the emotionless voice of the kitten came from the bed again. "Because without the minister, this world no longer has me." After leaving this sentence, the kitten stopped talking. Sensing that the kitten doesn't want to talk, Noah smiled bitterly. For demons, angels, and fallen angels, ordinary humans were indeed quite fragile and powerless. Therefore, if there were humans who knew their powerlessness, they would probably choose to reincarnate as a demon without hesitation in order to get power. But sure enough, there were people who could not casually abandon their original identity. There must be a story about the kitten, right? Chapter 585. The next day, Noah left the apartment with Kitten and walked into Kamigami Academy. Noah and Kitten walked side by side on the crowded Academy Avenue. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they went to school together. Suddenly, there was a lot of noise around them. Is that the very popular new healthcare teacher? The one next to her looks like Kitten from Tashiro. Why would Noah Sensei go to school with Kita-chan? Could it be that Kita-chan also has her eyes on Noah Sensei? Nonsense. Undoubtedly, Noah Sensei has his eyes on our kitten. That teacher must be a Lilicon. That's why I say boys are a bunch of idiots. How could Noah Sensei be a Lilicon? That's right. Noah felt a wave of helplessness in his heart amidst the increasing noise. Why do normal high school students like to gossip so much? On the other hand, Kitten seemed to be used to this phenomenon. She carried her backpack and walked expressionlessly on the way to the school dormitory, causing many boys around her to gasp violently. The girls who saw the disgusting appearance of those boys all avoided them with a look of disgust. Not long after, the school dormitory door appeared in front of Noah and Kitten. As soon as they entered the school dormitory, Noah and Kitten would silently go their separate ways. They would meet up after school and go back to the apartment together. However, before that, Noah inadvertently caught a glimpse of 3 boys beside the school dormitory door. They were having a conversation that he couldn't ignore. It's true. I'm telling the truth. Matsuda Motohashi, a boy who wore his uniform like a jacket and didn't button it up, was yelling at a boy with a crew cut and a boy with glasses in front of him. I really saw it. Yesterday evening, there were 2 people fighting at the school gate. One of them was wearing a black cloak and had a sword in his hand. It was definitely a sword. I can't be wrong. His words made Noah, who was about to step into the school, halt his footsteps. Not to mention Noah, even the expressionless kitten's eyes moved. She stopped in her tracks, stretched out her hand, and tugged at the corner of Noah's clothes. Noah nodded silently, confirming Kitten's guess. Yesterday, when Shiba Yudo was testing Noah, Leah's Jurai Himishima, Kitten, and the others were nearby and saw the whole thing unfold like the back of their hand. Naturally, everyone, including Kitten, knew that a student witnessed the battle between Noah and Kiba Yudo. Since they needed to save Yudo from Noah, Leah's, Junai, Kitten, and the others did not have time to chase after him. But that didn't mean that Leah's and the others didn't care about it. After all, if something went wrong, not only would the existence of demons be exposed to the general public, but even if the existence of demons was not exposed, it would cause quite a commotion. That was why Leah's had seriously said yesterday that they must find a witness. As for what to do after that, she did not say. Still, Leah's would never kill the witness, just to hide something. When Kiba Yudo found the witness, he seemed to only want to capture him and not hurt him, which Noah had misunderstood Kiba Yudo. This matter should have been left to Leah's to handle. But since they met, it was better to at least stop that guy from spreading nonsense around. Under Noah and the kitten's watchful eyes, the conversation continued. But you said that someone was fighting with a sword. That's a little unbelievable. The crew-cut boy called Matsuda seemed troubled. Who would wield such a weapon now? Even if they did, it should be a dagger or a kitchen knife, right? And I Ching, the sword you're talking about, is the kind of sword you see on TV. Instead of saying that it's used for fighting, it's more like a sword used for acting, right? The bespectacled man called Yuan Bin also pushed up his glasses and spread his hands helplessly. Could it be that you're mistaken? Damn it, you just don't believe me. The witness called I Ching pointed at Matsuda and Yuan Bin and yelled, "Aren't we the gentleman's alliance trio? How dare you doubt me? No, no, no. Even if you say so, you're talking about a duel, not a field battle. We're not interested in talking about it." Matsuda's expression was infuriating as he smirked like a thief. If it's a duel between a magical girl and a tentacle monster, then it's a different story. Hearing this, whether it was I Ching who claimed to be the witness or Yuan Bin, both of them showed a drooling expression as if they were imagining something that had to be censored before it could be broadcasted. This caused the kitten to lower its eyelids and spit out such a sentence. "Despicable and filthy forefathers. You're really strict, Kita-chan." However, Noah more or less wanted to laugh dryly. There's nothing wrong with a male forefather, but if it's a forefather, then it's fine to go back home. If it's a forefather outside, then it's too shameful. However, the three of them didn't seem to have any self-awareness at all. They suddenly gave up on the topic just now and started to discuss on the street about their hobby. This caused the surrounding girls to avoid them in disgust. Their eyes also became very disdainful, as if they weren't looking at people, but trash. In the end, even Kitten couldn't bear it anymore and pulled Noah's clothes. "Sensei, please quickly get rid of that forefather. Let's say for the time being, Kitten, we want to keep him alive. Don't decide to erase people because of personal feelings, although it's indeed a bit unsightly." Noah smiled, then took a deep breath and walked over. I Ching, who was talking about forefathers with Matsuda and Yuan Bin, suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, classmate, can I disturb you a little?" Before he could finish his sentence, Noah and I Ching's expression changed at the same time. I Ching directly screamed, fiercely broke free from Noah's hand, and jumped away. On the side, Matsuda and Yuan Bin also screamed. "Huh, aren't you that very popular new and annoying teacher?" The two people's words were ignored by Noah and I Ching. At this time, I Ching was looking at Noah with a strange expression. His face was full of strange expression, as if he was surprised why he suddenly jumped away. His eyes were full of doubts. And Noah still maintained the posture of reaching out his hand and holding I Ching's shoulder, letting his hand hang in the air, but his eyebrows were deeply wrinkled. Just now, when Noah held I Ching's shoulder, the outline of the stone plate connected to the 10 patterns in his heart. The pattern representing the incarnation of the Dragon Man trembled for no reason. No, it couldn't be said that there was no reason. Obviously, the reason why the Dragon Man had such a reaction should be related to the student called I Ching. What was going on? Noah suppressed the surprise in his heart and pretended to be curious as he asked I Ching, "Why did you suddenly jump away?" No, that." I Ching didn't seem to understand what was going on. He scratched his head and had a silly smile on his face. "I also don't know why, but just now I suddenly felt a very scary thing approaching, so unknowingly." The meaning behind his word was probably that Noah was that scary thing, right? In other words, when Noah felt that the Dragon Man incarnation had some reaction, the student called I Ching also seemed to feel something. Noah, who had such a thought flashed in his heart, smiled slightly and said, "Actually, I'm just here to pass on a message." "Pass on a message?" I Ching was startled. "Do you see the child at the school dormitory door?" Noah pointed at the direction of the kitten with his mouth. "There's a cute girl there, saying that she has something to say to you after school. but she's too embarrassed to ask you out, so she asked me to pass on the message. Cute girl. I Cheng's ears suddenly perked up, and he looked in the direction of the school dormitory and was immediately stunned. Isn't that the first-grade Taching kitten? That super cute mascot. Matsuda and Motabin let out tragic screams. Kitten, asked me out? I Cheng was really shocked. Yes. Noah smiled indifferently. Don't let the girl wait for too long. After saying that, Noah left, leaving behind I Cheng, Matsuda, and Motabin, the three of them making awkward sounds, the corner of his mouth raised. Let me see what's so special about you. Chapter 586. Bam! Grr! A muffled sound followed by an agonizing cry echoed in the old school. A figure was sent flying into the air before crashing to the ground. His head tilted to the side, revealing a face with a small fist imprint on it. Blood was still gushing out of his nose. It was the witness from yesterday, the one who was invited to the old school by Noah, Huda Issei. Not far in front of Huda Issei was Kitten, who was still in the pose of throwing a punch. She told everyone how the imprint on Huda Issei's face came about. Noah, who saw Kitten send Huda Issei flying with a single punch, covered his face and pretended that he could not bear to watch. It took me a lot of effort to invite him here, and Lisi is also on her way here. We haven't even discussed how to deal with him yet, and you just threw a punch at him. What kind of reaction do you expect me to have? Hearing this, the kitten turned her head and stared at Noah. Her big, watery eyes were full of blame. What did you say to him when you asked him to come this morning? Well, Noah finally remembered the excuse he gave Huda Issei this morning. He turned his head away to avoid Kitten's piercing gaze. Why do you ask? Kitten stared at Noah speechlessly for a while before answering. If Sensei didn't say anything, why would this Sensei approach me with that perverted look on his face? Just because he came up to you with that perverted look on his face, you sent him flying with a punch? Noah's eyes started to twitch. Do you have to be so violent? Kitten-chan? Umph. Kitten snorted and turned her head away. I don't care if he's Sensei or Sensei of age. He's a nuisance. Yes. Noah shrugged helplessly. Huda Issei was lying on the ground like a boss in a game. He extended his trembling hand at Noah and spoke weakly. Why? Probably because he overheard the conversation between Noah and Kitten, Itachi realized that what Noah said this morning was a lie. Undoubtedly, I've been looking forward to this day. I thought that Kita-chan was going to confess to me. She even changed her underwear. Noah immediately took a step back, as if something dirty was about to stick to his body. He subconsciously avoided it, expecting a cute girl to confess to him. Noah wasn't surprised that Issei would have such thoughts. It was because he wanted to make Issei think that way that Noah purposely made it sound so ambiguous. But why did she change her underwear? This guy definitely wasn't just looking forward to a confession. It was Noah's first time seeing a guy who could fantasize to such an extent. He had to hand it to him. At that moment, the door of the old schoolhouse opened, and Lias, who was leading Jurai Himashima and Yudo Shiba, walked out. She stroked her long red hair that fluttered in the wind as she walked, a seductive smile on her face. Allah, is everyone here? On the other hand, Kiba, Yudo, and Himashima Jurina bowed politely to Noah. Sensei. Noah nodded to Kimishima Jurai and Kiba Yudo, then crossed his arms and gestured to Hyodo Kazunari. He's over there. I hope you can come up with a suitable solution. Liesi's expression turned serious, but when she saw Issei crying on the ground, a look of surprise appeared on her pretty face. It's him. Everyone was stunned when they heard Liesi's words. Noah turned around and looked at Liesi in confusion. You know him? Well, sort of. I didn't expect this kid to witness your fight with Yudo. Liesi smiled bitterly and walked toward Issei. She stopped in front of Issei and smiled. You, raise your head. Just when Issei was about to raise his head, a foot suddenly came down from the sky and stepped on the back of his head, crushing his face down. Issei was about to raise his head when a foot came down from the sky and stepped on the back of Issei's head. Issei was about to raise his head, but he was about to raise his head when a foot came down from the sky. Ugh, W, what are you doing? Seeing that Hudo Issei's head was still on the ground and his limbs were still flailing around, Lias glared at the culprit with a displeased look on her face. Kitten, what are you doing? Be careful, Minister. Kitten stomped hard on the back of Issei's head, not letting him raise his head no matter how hard he struggled. This person is very skilled. He'll see under your skirt, Minister. Is that so? Liesi pondered for a moment and stepped away helplessly. All right. Thank you, Kitty-chan. You're welcome, Kitten said expressionlessly. She waited until Liesi stepped away before retracting her foot and walking to the side. Issei, who was still struggling on the ground, lifted his head as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. His eyes widened when he saw the valiant Liesi. She was the most popular third-year student in Komodo Academy. She was like a celebrity Liesi Gimli. For Issei, whose head was filled with fantasies, the appearance of such an idol-like figure had probably messed him up completely. You're senior Liesi? Hi, Issei. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. Liesi smiled as Issei looked at Issei's blank expression. I knew I'd have to tell you this sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be now. Still, this is a good time, so I'll make it clear to you. With those words, Lias made a declaration. Issei Gimli, I hope you'll remember that I, Liesi Gimli, am a demon. Demon? Issei stared at Liesi blankly. He was completely at a loss. Noah, who was quietly watching the scene, turned his gaze to Issei, who was still lying on the ground, and narrowed his eyes. What's so special about you? Let me see. Inside the paranormal research department of the old school building, a large cross-shaped bandage was plastered on Hyodo Ishigaru's face. He sat on the sofa, looking around nervously. He seemed to be terrified by the mysterious words and magic circles in the room. Noah, who was leaning against the wall, had been observing Issei. He finally spoke when he saw Liesi sitting in front of the luxurious desk. Liesi, you seem to be quite familiar with Issei. You even revealed your identity. Can you explain it to me? As Noah spoke, everyone in the room, including Issei, turned their attention to Liesi. Apart from Jurai Himashima, everyone else seemed to have the same doubts. Didn't I just say it? I've been paying attention to Issei for a long time. Liesi glanced at Issei, who was still in a daze. Because he's the wielder of a sacred gear, the owner of a sacred gear, Kibayudo and Kitten looked at Hyodo Kazunari in surprise. The owner of the sacred gear? Hirudo Kazunari asked with a blank expression on his face. Noah was a little surprised. After hesitating for a while, he spoke with uncertainty. I remember you said yesterday that in this world, there's another type of person who possesses power beyond that of a normal human being. That's the wielder of a sacred gear, right? That's right. Liesi nodded. The so-called sacred gear refers to an extraordinary power that was created by the God of the Bible and possessed by a specific human being. Liesi stood up and walked to the desk. She leaned on the edge and looked at Issei, who was still in a daze. She let out a meaningful laugh. There's such a power in this child's body. That's why Kana and I have been paying attention to him for a long time. Noah lowered his head as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Chapter 587. Noah learned from Riaz that there were basically three types of humans in this world who possessed power that could rival demons, angels, and fallen angels. The first type were magicians and mages who could use magic. The second type were those who possessed sacred gear, a power that was beyond the norm created by the God of the Bible. The third type were exorcists who joined the side of angels or fallen angels and were thus granted the power of light, working for the angels or fallen angels. Just like how Riaz noticed Noah when he entered Kamigami Academy, there was no way she would not notice a person who possessed a sacred gear. However, unlike Noah, who had a clear understanding of the level of power he possessed and how to use it, Issei Hyuga clearly did not know that he possessed a sacred gear. That was why Issei Hyuga, who was being stared at like prey by Noah and Ryaz, could only smile awkwardly and raise his hand meekly. Sensei and Senpai, can you explain it in a way that I can understand? What demon and the owner of the sacred gear? I don't understand at all, do I? It's normal for you to feel this way because the sacred gear in your body hasn't awakened yet. Even if you have that kind of power, you're still a normal person before it's awakened. You shouldn't feel much of it, Liz said as she crossed her arms. Originally, I didn't intend to tell you so much. After all, you're still under my observation. I haven't confirmed what kind of sacred gear is in your body, and I don't know how to deal with you. So, you can just pretend that there's a very dangerous thing in your body, and I have my eyes on you because you have that thing. Well, that's easy to understand. Issei Hyuga was a little speechless, as if he did not know what to say. That was the only thing he could squeeze out after some hesitation. But why should I let you do whatever you want of me, Senpai? As soon as the sentence came out, Issei found that including Noah, Jurai, Kitten, Kimura Yudo, and the others were looking at him like he was an idiot. This made him involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart. What? Did I say something wrong? Noah was the one who answered Issei Hyuga's question. Issei Hyuga, I know you haven't recovered from your normal state of mind, and it's not surprising that you would have such thoughts. But I have to tell you that once you step into a world where normal people shouldn't enter, you must first have power before you could talk about human rights. Noah told him the most realistic truth. It's a pity. Although you have the power that gives you that right in your body, you can't use it at all. Therefore, to demons, you're just an ordinary human. Are you sure you want to talk about human rights with demons as an ordinary human? Senpai, don't make it sound like we're evil. Even if we're demons, I don't want to make things difficult for normal people who don't know anything, and I don't want to involve normal people in this. Lai sighed and looked at Issei Hyuga. However, even if I don't have such thoughts, it doesn't mean that others don't. Let's not talk about demons for now. Angels won't come out of the heavens rashly, but there are still some fallen angels active in this city, and they will also have their eyes on the holder of the sacred gear. Seeing that Issei Hyuga was still in a daze, Lai smirked and said something extremely dangerous. In other words, a group of terrorists may also have their eyes on the thing in your body. If they judge that the thing is too dangerous to the extent that it can even threaten demons, angels, and fallen angels, then you may be wiped out by them. Issei Hyuga inhaled sharply, feeling that his body temperature had dropped a lot. Although he still did not understand what Laius was talking about, Issei Hyuga could still recognize the two words terrorists and wipe out clearly. That was to say, he would be killed by some unknown terrorist? Don't joke around. Before he realized what was going on, Hyodo Ichinari found himself standing up and yelling at Lias. Why would I be killed for no reason? Everyone present fell silent at once. If you must ask why, I can only give you one answer. Lias closed her eyes and said emotionlessly, if you want to hate, then hate the god who put the sacred gear in your body. An indescribably heavy atmosphere filled the entire paranormal research department. Issei Hyuga's expression was extremely complicated. There was resentment for not being able to control his own life and death, as well as anger at Laius' irresponsible statement. However, Issei Hyuga really did not have the right to be angry at Laius. After all, Laius chose to tell Issei Hyuga these things and did not intend to do anything to Issei Hyuga. That was already very kind of her. However, even if Laius could guarantee that she would not do anything to Issei Hyuga, could she guarantee that the fallen angels would not do the same to Issei Hyuga? That was not something Laius could control, and she had no obligation to protect Issei Hyuga. It was as simple as that. Unfortunately, this was too much for humans who had always lived in a normal world to accept. Noah sighed in his heart and finally spoke. Laius, Issei Hyuga is my student no matter what. As I said, you must give a suitable solution, right? Sensei. Issei Hyuga quickly moved to Noah's side, as if he had found his backbone, and nodded at Noah. That's right. I didn't even know that there was such a dangerous thing in my body. Who would want something like that? Even if you don't want it, it's a fact that it's in your body, Laius said. No one will reason with you just because you want to. Then, is there no way to take the sacred gear out of my body? Issei Hyuga looked at Noah with some hope and anxiety. Hey, Sensei, there should be a way, right? Don't look at me like that. Even if there is, I don't know. Noah replied helplessly. I only found out about the existence of the sacred gear yesterday. In other words, I'm also a dabbler. It's useless for you to ask me. Then what should I do? Issei Hyuga was at a loss again. Is there really no other way? I think you're worrying a little too early. Noah shook his head when he saw Issei Hyuga's lost look. We still don't know if the sacred gear in your body has the power to threaten demons, angels, and fallen angels. The fallen angels might not have noticed you. Things haven't developed to the stage you think they are. Issei Hyuga was a little relieved, but his face was still pale. What happened today was too much for Issei Hyuga, wasn't it? It seemed that Issei Hyuga would not be able to recover for some time. No matter what, Laius, send someone to protect Issei Hyuga first, Noah said to Laius. Didn't you say that you're still observing Issei Hyuga? How about close protection and direct observation? That's good too. Laius pondered for a moment and then nodded. Then, before the observation ends, I'll send someone to protect him. Hearing this, Hyodo Akimori's gaze swept across Kitten and Jurai. Then, a perverted expression appeared on his face. Should I ask Himashima-senpai to protect me? Or should I ask Kitten to protect me? Everyone looked at each other when they saw Issei Hyuga, who was at a loss, fall into a delusion. This guy's skin is surprisingly thick. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.